Recording in progress.
Yes, it is exactly 4 o'clock, August 20. We're going to call the meeting in order. I just want to acknowledge that we have the mayor joining us by Zoom, and Council Andrew Dunn, also Council Laura Burgess, and our city attorney Eric Gers. All of them are online joining us. So I'm calling this meeting in order. We're going to go to item 1, clarification of agenda item.
On the consent agenda, I'd like to pull out 6C. I believe it's traffic on Russell or something like that.
6C.
I've got nothing.
Anything else? Okay, we're going to item 2, information package discussion. We can start with August 8.
No. Not for me.
Anything in this one? Okay, we can go to. You have something, John? For the
Can you
8th?
remind me, I'm looking at the tentative meeting schedule, the last time we discussed not the organizational meetings, but budget meetings for next year. When are we scheduled to revisit that?
I think I'm going to put another memo in like probably early November,
Okay,
just to have everybody see if they've got their schedules for January yet.
good. Thank you, Kelly.
Okay, anything on August 8th? Okay, we're gonna go to August 15. I have, I think it's IB, the Housing Trust Fund. I just want to comment on that. I just would like to, it is IB5, the Housing Trust Fund of Johnson County Annual Report. HTFGC secured and committed an additional $2,046,000 for affordable housing located within Iowa City during FY24, beyond the city allocation. So that was really amazing. And the Housing Trust Fund will be holding the 20th anniversary celebration on Wednesday, August 28th, starting at 5 p.m. at Territory Blood Lodge. The program will begin at 5:30. Everyone is welcome. And I see Ellen McCobb is here with the audience, the executive director. She is sitting there with us today, but we would like really to thank you for all your hard work you've been doing in the city. Thank you so much. Anything else in August 15? Okay, I guess now item 3.
Well, do we
go
need,
ahead.
with IP3, that is where there are questions from the city attorney? Or do we wait until
No, we
until later?
have that on the agenda.
Okay, that's what I
Yeah.
thought. I just
Yeah,
got
we have
confused
it on
about-
item 6, so we're
Okay.
gonna talk
Okay,
about
so we
that.
just push it. Thanks.
Anything else? Okay, I think it's time for the University of Iowa student.
Hi, everyone. Hi to all the counselors online as well. I hope you all are doing great. I'm more than excited to introduce the new Deputy City Liaison. I'm going to turn it over to them and let them introduce themselves real quickly.
Hi, my name is Ava Martinez. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a sophomore at the University of Iowa, and I'm really excited to be working with you all.
Welcome.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome year, and I'm grateful to have a good friend of mine as someone who I get to share my passion for our local government with. Thank you to Jeff and Kirk for informing our government relations team with the invaluable information for our parking initiative. Towards the middle of the semester is when USG will look at purchasing parking validations for Dead Week and Finals Week. And we will meet with our finance director and hammer out some more details and logistics in the coming weeks. USG held one of its first events of the year, which was a paint and sip event at Bread Garden, which attracted well over 200 baby Hawkeyes descending on the Bread Garden patio, and we did run out of room, and it was really great and really inspiring. A turnout that we could have never expected, but nonetheless, we are proud of. Special shout out to our External Relations Director, Emily Cross, for coordinating this event. And then since we have a deputy now, one-on-one meetings between us and city councilors are so back. I am using my discretion this year as a city liaison to change the requirement from once per semester to once per year because they can be demanding and a little difficult to schedule. So because of this, I hope that our meetings can be a little bit longer. These one-on-ones serve as a chance for us to get to know you as a counselor and connect on a human level. So if you want to get them out of the way, we are open to start planning those now. But if you want to wait, absolutely no worries. But if it starts to become March time, I will probably be on your case. But yeah, that's all I have for right now.
Cheers. Thank you so much. Welcome. Okay, now is item number 4, evaluating 1-year progress of fare free transit. And Dorian Nagelgam. Yeah.
Hi there, good afternoon. All right, let's full screen. Okay. All right, hi everybody. Darian Nagelgam, Director of Transportation Services with the City of Iowa City. I am very excited to be here tonight to talk to you about the Fare Free Iowa City program, which we launched 1 year ago in August 2023. Of course, it was launched to measure the effects of improving access to safe, affordable, reliable, and sustainable transportation to the community. And tonight we're going to talk about the Fare Free initiative kind of in the framework of all of the greater improvements and focus that we've had on the transit system over the past 5 years and kind of where we're heading over the next 5 to 6 years as well. So, oops, this is there we go. Sorry, I'll get my scrolling under control. Okay, so first let's talk about performance management. Before we get into the Fare Free Iowa City transit program and results, I want to, again, talk about it in the context of our overall transit mission. And we have been working over the past year with the Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative, which has been really exciting. One of our strategic plan items on page 18 is to consider resourcing a smart city initiative that prioritizes data-driven decision-making through technology adaptations and data analysis, and this was a perfect example. So since last fall, we've been working with Bloomberg Harvard Leadership Initiative on the Data Track initiative, and it's really a course that we attended over the last year, which helped us refine our focus on transit, develop a performance management plan, set goals, determine how we're going to measure success with our transit system, and develop interventions or solutions, how we're going to reach that goal. What are those intermediate steps to reach that goal? So really, in essence, it was a leadership training. We were very excited because it was facilitated by Harvard faculty, which was excellent to have an opportunity to live in that world for a day. We received technical assistance through data experts at GovX, and that's the Bloomberg Center for Government Excellence, which is an amazing resource for communities such as ours. And we received coaching from former government officials and from GovX staff. So there was a lot of resources. We received a lot of training, and we've been really excited to kind of institutionalize that training first with the transit program. So ultimately, we learned how to use data creatively and effectively to improve the lives of residents. So really, Fare Free is just one piece in that bigger performance management plan. And so first, I want to walk you through what that performance management plan looks like, because it certainly is not only a template that's been really useful for understanding where we're going with transit, but it can be applied to a number of different community challenges that we have. So we'll talk through Fare Free after we get through that performance management plan, and then we'll end with kind of the next steps. First of those is looking to you all for direction on the Fare Free program, but also I wanted to just give you a brief update on some of the other really important milestones towards our new transit ridership goal, which we'll learn about in a second. All right, so what is performance management? So the Harvard Bloomberg team defined it as a process by which cities tackle their biggest challenges through activities that enable strategic thinking, targeted resource allocation, and responsive decision-making. This is a very sensitive mouse, so I'm going to do a lot of back clicking. I apologize. All right, so what are the steps in performance management? So this is the process that we learned through the program that I wanted to share with you all tonight. But the first step in the process is to establish a project team, which we did. Myself, Jeff Fruin, Mark Rummel from Transportation Services, Tracy Heitschuh from Neighborhood Development Services, Kent Ralston from the MPO, and Chrissy Jones from Transportation Services all were the project assigned as the project team for this particular project. And then we work towards developing a problem statement, which is really refining what is the challenge that we're facing. What is the current state of affairs? What's the ideal state we want to be at? From that point, once we develop that performance or that problem statement, we move towards identifying performance metrics that we can use to measure our success. So how do we know if we're successful? Transit ridership is a clear indication. That's one metric, but are there other metrics we want to look at? So we spend a lot of time talking through how we can measure our success. And once we moved through those and we set our goals, we started to develop some interventions or solutions. And the good news is that was kind of an easy lift for us because we've been working on solutions and interventions for transit for several years. So we're kind of in the middle of this process. But once we got through that piece, we started, and this is kind of where we're actually at in the performance management plan. We discussed stakeholder engagement and a communications plan to help get feedback on the initiatives and also communicate with our stakeholders in the community. From that point, we develop and implement a performance management routine, which we are just beginning to do now. And communication to you all on where we're at with those metrics will be part of that performance management routine, and also with our staff and the greater public. And then last, we act, evaluate, and adjust. So that's really when you start implementing your interventions. You analyze, you evaluate your metrics, you track and record your progress, and you adjust as you need to. So it's a really great kind of framework that really simplifies things, and we can see it as just a great and really useful template that we're going to be able to apply to many different community problems or challenges. Okay, so if you'll bear with me, I want to read to you the problem statement, because this is really the crux of the whole performance management process we developed. It's really important. The problem statement is really important because it really allows you to clearly articulate the challenge and get everybody to agree kind of on what the challenge actually is, because that clearly sets you up for the most success when you're developing your solutions or your interventions. So after declaring a climate crisis in August 2019, the City of Iowa City established an emission reduction goal of 45% by 2030 with a vision to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Not only are marginalized populations most at risk from the effects of climate change, but existing income inequities have widened due to rapidly rising costs of housing, childcare, healthcare, transportation, and other essential costs of living, with lower income households being disproportionately cost burdened. Since its peak in 2011, transit ridership has declined at an average rate of 3.5% per year, while the population has increased by an average of 1% annually. The city views increasing public transit use as an effective tool to reduce transportation-related emissions while simultaneously supporting reduced household transportation expenses. An efficient transportation network that includes a barrier-free public transit system can affect all constituents through greater community resiliency, efficient land use patterns, a less congested roadway network, increased discretionary incomes, and a safe, reliable, and accessible transportation for all residents, employees, and visitors. So I know that's a lot to digest all at one time, but really, in order to move forward, we just want to make sure that this aligns with your thoughts and your perspectives as well, so that's something that you can all give some thought to and consider. But this is what the project team came up with. Okay, so the next step, once we define the problem, is let's set a goal. So we looked at our metrics and we thought, what's the most important goal that we can set? Clearly, a ridership goal. And a ridership goal that is founded in climate action. So really, the Climate Action Plan of 2018 was really kind of the founding document that really initiated the movement towards improving our transit system. And in the Climate Action Plan, it calls for a 45% reduction in transportation carbon emissions by 2030, and that equals out to about 64,000 metric tons, which if you're like me, I haven't yet, that 64,000 metric tons doesn't quite, resonate with me yet. I'm not understanding that as a measure. I'm getting better at understanding that kind of impact, but to help myself and hopefully to help you all and the public, I translated that into something that might make more sense. So that 64,000 metric tons is equivalent to taking approximately 13,900 vehicles off the road between 2010 and 2030. That's comparable to the annual energy use of about 7,700 households, and that's about a quarter of Iowa City households. And finally, to absorb this amount of CO2, you would need to plant a little over 1 million trees and then let them grow for 10 years. So if that helps to put things a little bit more in context for you. So that 64,000 metric tons, that can be easily translated, because it's based on vehicle miles traveled, over to passenger miles traveled on the transit system. So we know in order to get that 64,000 reduction in carbon emissions from transportation, we can do that by getting our ridership level up to 1.91 million annual rides. So that is our goal. That is our North Star. That is, going to be on the old thermometer in the hallway, like in school fundraising drives. That is going to be our target in order to reach our transportation emissions goal. So that's a big number, 1.9 million. We're going to need to add about 400,000 more rides than we have today, and we just pulled arguably the biggest lever that we could pull, which is, removing that fare. Last fiscal year, we finished at about 1.5 million rides on transit, which is extraordinary because we increased by almost 500,000 over the previous year, so that's fantastic. But getting to that 1.9 million, that's, again, we're going to need to find 400,000 more rides in a year in order to hit that goal. Well, if you start to break it down a little bit more into each year, kind of break it up into more doable bites. So it's about 68,000 over the next 6 years. We would need to have, add 68,000 in year one, add 68,000 in year two trips in order to meet that goal, which sounds a little bit more doable when you start to think of it that way. And when you start to think of it in rides per day, it becomes even more doable. So if you divide that 68,000 by the number of days we provide transit service in a year on average, that's 222 rides on average a day. Probably a little bit more for weekdays, probably a little bit less for weekends. I didn't average them out separately. And then you can also break that down into most people are taking a trip and then they're taking a trip back. So that would be around 111 round trips per day. So really, we in essence, we only really need to change the hearts and the minds and the habits of 100 people a year, which seems more than doable. It seems like maybe the goal was too low, but we're sticking with 1.91 million, and we'll reevaluate as we get to 2030 when we look towards 2050 goals. All right, so that was the first and most important metric I wanted to share with you all. But the next, I'm going to go through a few of the other metrics, because one of the most important things in the performance management process is measuring your performance, right? How do you know how you're progressing if you don't have any measurements? So we already talked about carbon emissions reduction, and I will share with you what that was related to Fare Free specifically in a few slides. We already talked a little bit about transit ridership. That's clearly going to be a very important metric. I'm also going to share with you the percent change in our ridership compared with the national average in peer cities. We think it's really important. We had a 43% increase last year. That's really great, but did the nation perform at 50% increase? We don't know. How about our peer communities in the metro area, or how about Ames, who's kind of our peer community in the state? So we'll show you how we ranked against those other comparisons. I also really like to keep tabs on the APTA ranking. That's the American Public Transit Association ranking. So that is the ranking, the national ranking of all metro areas based on transit performance per capita. So it's when we compete against New York City and San Francisco and every other transit-intensive community, and we actually perform pretty well. I'll share with you where we're at and what our goal is. On-time performance is another metric that you will see from us in terms of how we're performing. This is a really this is for us too. We clearly, our drivers want to stay on time, but this is probably the most customer impacting metric that we have. So we'll share with you where we're at and what our goal is. And the last two are under construction. So these are things you're going to see from us in the future to measure access to transit and capacity metrics. So we don't currently have ridership data by stop. So we know who's riding each route. We have data that just says basically one person enrolled on this route, so we can combine that easily. We have never had, nor had the reliability and the technology really been there until now, automatic passenger counters, which will tell you where people get on and off the bus, and really that's the most necessary piece of having a full, complete data set for really effective transit planning. I will say that so we don't have that now. That's something you'll likely see as a budget request item in the future. The prices are coming down. The technology's a lot better now. I will say I'm really excited. Chrissy Jones, who's our management analyst, worked with a team of data analysts from GovX to develop, in our absence of a full, complete data set, knowing where everybody gets on and off, to develop a way to estimate ridership by dwell time, which is how long the bus sits at a particular location. That we do have. We track with the GPS, so we know how long. This is where we get our on-time performance from. And in fact, it's a really brilliant way to estimate it in the absence of the full, complete data set that we really need. And there was a podcast that was put out through the GovX, through Johns Hopkins University, that Chrissy was highlighted on, that came out today. I'm not sure if Jeff sent it to you, but if you haven't seen it, he'll probably send it your way. But if you really want to get into the data and the estimation process, it's a really neat process that they helped us develop to help get us along until we have that full data set. All right, first metric I want to highlight really quickly is just transit ridership, which we've already talked about. You're looking at a graph of our transit ridership from 2000 until today. So basically about 25 years worth of data. And you can see there was kind of a steady climb, and we reached our peak in the 2011, 2010 era, and we were there for a few years. We topped out at around 1.9 million, which again goes to show that that 1.9 million goal, which seems really lofty, is not something that has not been done in this community before. So that's really great to see. And as I mentioned earlier, then you see kind of at 2015, you start to see that slide. And this is not just an Iowa City trend, this is kind of a national trend. And then we see the precipitous fall, which of course was COVID. We bottomed out in 2021 with a little over 500,000 riders. And we've been steadily climbing and really quite a steep climb. You can see in the last year when we jumped from 1 million to 1.5 million. So just wanted to kind of give you a sense of where we've been at from a ridership perspective over the last 25 years.
Can I ask a question here?
Sure.
You know, if you can go back here, what was happening? Why it's really went to the peak in 2018 to 2013, I think, or 15, even though we were like charging people for the fare. It was not free.
Yeah, so that's a national trend too. You'll see that in transit agencies across the United States. And my estimation, and there's never been a hard and fast rationale, but I think a few things. Uber and Lyft and on-demand really came into the fore at that time. Gas prices were very low at that time. We just came out of the Great Recession, and so there was a lot more, I'd say, money, household income at that point, so people could afford more transportation options. So I think that's three of the things that are most often cited.
Was also a question about that blip in time. Was there anything happening within either our transportation system or the connected transportation systems like CANBUS during that time frame where either service was restricted or it did have an increase in price, or is it just across the country people stopped riding the bus?
I've never been able to find any local trends. I mean, we did make some, I would say, with the transit study that we did in 2019 to 2021, I think we made some improvements to how our three agency system functions. So I'd like to think that hopefully made things easier, but that's really impossible to flesh out through the data necessarily. But it's really remarkable if you look at national trends. We really are mirroring trends through those timeframes.
Okay.
And speaking of mirroring trends, so this is a graph that shows a comparison between our peer cities. So this is our metro area peer organizations, I should say, Coralville and CANBUS. We also are comparing Ames, they're a great comparison for us, and then the national average. So you can see we trend pretty closely together. You can clearly see this is FY18 to 24, so you can clearly see the pandemic impact really trends similarly, but you can see there are some differences to note. So if you look at FY22, in the boom return back to campuses are reopening, Ames really led the way with the largest percent increase in ridership, but CANBUS was up there too, and Iowa City Transit was up there as well. So that just shows the impact of the university and the kind of the ebb and flow in terms of the COVID precautions and the return to the classroom. But then you'll see in FY23, Iowa City started to sort of take off a little bit. Our percent increase, we had a greater percent increase in our ridership from the previous year, maybe because we started a little bit lower. And then in FY20, what I really wanted to bring to your attention was FY24. So you can see that we clearly are heading in the upward trajectory. You can see the national average, which is that dark gray. The national average was about 9% increase last year. So everybody's improving and coming out of COVID together, all transit agencies, but we're really coming out with a full head of steam with the fare free. So that's a gap I really want to show you. And Ames, who usually trends very close to us too, you can see the gap between us and Ames, that's the fare free gap right there. That's the difference. Otherwise you can see the lines kind of are similarly trending, but that gap is related to fare free.
Is Ames, SciRide and Ames the same system?
Yes.
They do not have a duplicate system?
They do not.
Okay.
They have one system, one community, one university, one system. So it's a little bit simpler,
Yeah.
simpler from their perspective.
What's the data points there between Ames and Iowa City? Like what is the very end, what does that gap represent?
Yeah, I can get back to you on that. I was trying to load this up through Canva, and then I would have been able to click on the data points and show them to you, but I had to use a PDF, so I apologize for that. I'm guessing it's about, I'm going to say it's maybe 12, 15%. That's my off-the-cuff graph guessing right now, but I can get back to you on that specific number.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Since they're talking about Ames, do you mind just sharing briefly when it comes down to the funding sources, how we don't qualify for like the regional funding? And I'm assuming that's the same situation in Ames.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to the funding slide at the end. But yes, we aren't a regional, we don't have the population yet to become a regional system with a regional taxing authority. So we could become a regional system, we just would not have regional taxing authority. That's the difference between, say, Iowa City and our metro area and Ames. They have the population and they have a regional taxing authority which funds DART.
Did you mean Des Moines?
Yeah, sorry, what did I say? Did I say
Ames.
Ames? I apologize.
It's okay.
I meant Des Moines. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, so last ridership metric I want to take a look at really quickly is ridership by route. So this is a static map of, this was really focused on June. I'm borrowing it for this presentation, but June 23, June 24. But what I really want you to focus on is the FY24 average. That's the last column, the last bar, the tall orange. And I just want to show you kind of the breadth of ridership, average ridership by route. So leading the pack, we have Oakcrest, South Iowa City, West Iowa City, and Lower Muscatine. Those are our top 4 routes in terms of ridership. Oakcrest, no surprise, they've got 15-minute peak time frequency and high density along that route. That is a combination for ridership. Right there. In the middle, we have Towncrest, Court Street, the downtown shuttle, and Highway 1. And then towards the tail end, with the least amount of ridership, we have Rochester, North Dodge, Peninsula, South Gilbert. So, and then the East Side Loop, I always want to throw in there. East Side Loop only does 2 trips, and it's during school district session, and we send an AM trip out on the east, just stays on the east side, and a PM trip, and it's open to the public, but it's focused on getting students to and between the schools in that area. So only 2 trips. That's a lot of riders for only 2 trips, I will say. So this data is important for us, not only to evaluate capacity and just to have a general understanding of where the greatest ridership is, but it's also, this is a key indicator for us from a planning perspective. So as we plan for future service improvements, or as we look to move service around to make the system as a whole more efficient, this is something that we will lean on heavily to understand where the greatest ridership and the least ridership is coming from.
Real quick question on this slide. The orange, the FY24, is that average per month?
Yes,
Okay.
average monthly, yes. Thank you. Yep.
No problem.
Average monthly. All right, paratransit ridership. So transitioning off the fixed route system. So this graph shows ridership per year, and this is calendar year. So really you want to focus your attention on the tail end of kind of the eggplant color. That was when we launched Fare Free, and which Fare Free on fixed route but also became Fare Free on our paratransit system. So we did see an increase at the tail end of last year, and then of course at the beginning of this year. We didn't have data. CEAS is transitioning over to a new data system, so we didn't have the data readily available for the rest of the months, May, June of the last fiscal year. But on the whole, ridership is about 20% higher than it was, and which is about what we estimated. It's still well short of pandemic levels, so that top 2019 line you can see on the graph, that's representing pre-pandemic levels. So we have increased. It's about what we expected, but it's not above FY19 levels. So our infrastructure and our vehicles, the vehicles that we have, at least in terms of the number, it seems to be supporting the amount of ridership that we're getting just fine. We do track this, besides that we're excited that paratransit riders have access to free transportation as well, but we do have to consider the fact that paratransit rides cost a significant amount more to provide to the community than fixed route transit. You can see here, $29 per ride is what it cost last fiscal year per ride for paratransit service. It costs $4.85 for every fixed route rider, so there's pretty big cost differential. And overall, our ridership, paratransit ridership, is about 5 or 6% of our total ridership, and it makes up about a quarter or 25% of our budget. So just to give you a sense of how different it is to be able to provide that service. Of course, paratransit is door-to-door service, and you can't take as many people, and there's more complications with door-to-door service that makes it more expensive.
And Darian, can you just say, again, I heard it and it went right out of my head. What's the percentage of riders relative?
Yeah. Ridership, you mean? Paratransit makes up about 5 to 6% of our total ridership.
Okay.
And then about a quarter, 25% of the amount of expenses and funding that we need. 25% of our budget.
Yeah, I clocked that one. It was just,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, transitioning to quickly the APTA ranking. This is one I always get really excited about because it's really nice to see Iowa City's name on this list and in this company. But this is the top urbanized areas with the most transit travel. We are at 16th place right now as of the report that came out this March, but it's based on 2021 data. So we will see a big jump in this very soon. But I always like to highlight this because, you know, New York City is number one. You have Chicago in here, Portland. You have some college communities, Champaign, Urbana. You have Ames in there up at number 4. So our goal is to get up into the top 5 in this. Maybe because we want to beat Ames. Maybe because we think we can get to the top 5. I think we can, results-wise, with all the positive improvements we've been making. But I think it's definitely an achievable goal. So you'll be hearing about, every year you'll hear an update from us on where we're at versus the APTA ranking. All right, the other measure I want to talk about is on-time performance. And so we've worked with the Harvard Bloomberg team to kind of reformulate how we use this data and show it in a way that we think is much more effective. But this is just our on-time performance by route. And on a whole, 72% of our trips departed within 5 minutes of the stop's scheduled time. And that was up from 69% in the previous fiscal year. That bump is definitely attributed to fare free because that speeds up boarding, which also allows us to meet our time points, have an easier time meeting our time points. We do have a goal of 85%. That is kind of a standard industry goal. And now that we have, I'd say, a more reliable data set, we got new tablets in the last year, which is a new, our AVL, Advanced Vehicle Locator System, is much more reliable. This is all based on cellular GPS data, so our old equipment was failing and it wasn't nearly as reliable. So we're excited that we feel more confident that this is accurate data, and we're going to use this to improve our on-time performance going forward.
I was really, when I asked that question, I think could be like the answer if you can explain. I was just want to ask you, did the ridership increase more in the area where affordable housing is more of like an issue? Or did it increase more in the wealthy area or some other, or maybe there is another pattern that even you know about it?
It's a great question. So that's part of our metrics that are under construction right now because we want to see if we want to measure exactly that. Are we seeing the increases where we feel like there's the greatest need? I can say anecdotally, it feels like that if you look at the routes and you generally know where the routes serve, but we want to come up with a more informed, data-driven, statistical way to respond to that question.
Great, yeah, because I really would like to know if the ridership increased. Like, is it a money issue or just convenience issue or
Right.
like those kind of things? So,
Where are the bus stops?
yeah.
Yeah, and we're hoping in the future to be able to get some more qualitative responses to that too, with some onboard surveys or some community surveying to help, answer. We'll have the data and we can know more about access and capacity, but to get those more qualitative responses from the community, I think is going to be really important too.
Sure, thank you.
Paratransit on-time performance, it's a lot different. So, meeting the goal is, within 10 minutes of the scheduled time because it's a pickup situation. It's a door-to-door situation. So we're at about 83% overall. Our goal is to get to 99%. So we're going to be working towards that goal to help improve our service.
Hey, Darian.
Yeah.
On the on-time performance for both metrics, knowing that the paratransit should be 99 and the other, you said industry standard is like 85, what's keeping us from hitting those targets? Is it a multitude of factors or is there something you can point to?
Well, we've had a lot. One thing is that it's the construction season. That's one thing that's a big challenge for us. We have to improve our roadways, but constructions and detours, and we've had these really, great impactful projects that have taken multiple years, but it does impact how we're able to provide service to the community. So that's one. We have a lot of, in this year particularly, we have a lot of new drivers. So it takes some time to kind of to feel your groove and to be able to figure out how you can to meet those time points. So those are two things that come to mind. Traffic in general, the unpredictability of traffic, especially at this time, I will say literally right now, within the next couple weeks, and then when the school starts back up again, just being generally unpredictable. It's not as predictable as you would think if you're out there driving the same route every single day. it can vary. So I think those are some of our biggest challenges. Honestly, I think one thing that's going to help is we're going to start talking about it more. Now that we have a data set that we feel really confident in, we can have those conversations. We're going to be able to drill down into more specifics about is it certain areas, are the time points not set realistically, that sort of thing. Like, we want to have those conversations with our staff. So having a better data set, I think is going to, that we can launch from this point, I think is going to really help.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we've gone from the problem statement to the metrics to how do we get to 1.91 million rides. So this is kind of where we came up with what are our interventions and what are our solutions. The first thing is calculating that greenhouse gas emissions goal and then translating that into our transit ridership goal. So we got that 1.91 million rider goal now. The next step, and we're kind of rewinding back in time here, but completing that Iowa City area transit study where we completely took a look at the entire system, see how we can make it faster, more frequent, more reliable. We reduced our fares at that point for those that needed it most. We aligned our fare systems at that time with Coreville to make it easier to move between the two systems. And then, of course, now, last year, we piloted fare free, which is what we're going to talk about for the next few slides here. So I just wanted to mention, we won't get into the future pieces. I'll talk about those at the end of the presentation, but I just kind of want to show those on a timeline for you. But I do want to say that there's a few assumptions regarding any interventions that we put into place for the transit system. And one is we're assuming that staffing is stabilized. And that has been our biggest challenge and perhaps our biggest accomplishment this year. We are fully staffed, and I don't want to jinx us, but we're fully staffed for the first time in many, many years, and that is a testament to the absolute mission that our administrative staff went on to rethink the way that we're reaching out to the community, reframing the transit driver jobs, communicating all of the benefits that working for the city has to offer, and the pay increase with the fiscal year, that sort of thing. But we just know that if staffing is not stabilized, that is where our focus and our attention has to lie. And that's been where we've been, diverted quite a bit in the last few years. We also are working on the assumption that our fleet is operational. So if we don't have a fully functioning fleet and we have buses that are out of commission for X, Y, and Z reason, aging condition sort of thing, it makes it really hard for us to run our operations because we often need to do bus switches and things like that just to make sure that we can meet the time points and our commitment to the community. And last but not least, a robust marketing and communications plan. And our communications team and our climate action team have done an absolutely incredible job meeting the moment with all of the transit initiatives in terms of marketing, really creative marketing and communications and events. And they still keep coming up with great ideas and running with that. So we're working on the assumption that those three things are in place, but I just want to make you aware that if any of those fall sideways for us, we have to refocus our attention, or it delays the implementation of these other planned initiatives. All right, so let's talk more about Fare Free, which is the intervention of the moment tonight. So I'm going to frame up the impacts over the last year, and we're going to start with climate impacts because they have been significant. So we have increased ridership on transit in 1 year with the Fare Free program by 450,000 rides, which is incredible. So that is 43% increase over where we were at last year, and it happened nearly simultaneously. So it wasn't a long ramp up. It was, people really hit it hard. In fact, I think we had the greatest percentage increase last August. I think we ended up at 60-some%, which was really remarkable. So ridership increase was amazing, and that translated to a really significant carbon emission reduction. So this seems like a real specific number, but be sure it is an estimate. We reduced the metric tons of carbon emissions by 31,251. And again, I'm going to walk you through that equivalency so you can you can work with me on trying to understand what that means. But it's equivalent to taking approximately 6,800 vehicles off the road. It's equivalent or comparable to the annual energy use of about 3,800 homes in Iowa City. And again, to absorb this amount of CO2, you'd need to plant around 500,000 tree seedlings and then let them grow for 10 years. So climate initiative made a huge climate impact in the first year. But that was not all. There was also big community benefits.
I'm curious about the metrics that you were showing on climate action and carbon reductions. Does that account just for, taking the car off the road, but also for the transition from diesel buses to electric buses? Is that baked in?
It is not.
Okay, so
It is not.
there's an additional increment
There is,
there?
and that's something we're going to work to refine. And as we transition to more electric buses, that's something that we need to work into the equation, because that is a significant difference as well.
I hope it is.
Yeah.
I would love to see the numbers to
Yeah.
see if it's
Yeah.
bearing out. So
We'll work on that,
Yeah.
and we'll get that baked in. I know this is not inclusive today, but so it's really slightly higher than that number, our climate impact.
Great.
And then if you impact, so now I'm going to go down the rabbit hole, but if you base it on the fact that it's an electric, but it's running off of clean wind-driven energy, there's an even more impact that you're making from a climate perspective. So if we can dig into all of those, that will be fantastic. But we can represent that in the future.
Sure.
All right, so community benefits, $1.29 million were put back into the pockets of transit riders, which has been reinvested in savings, in economic development, in our local economy. All of that money has gone back into to our transit riders' pockets, which was part of our equity, our sub-initiatives, right? It's not just all about climate action, but that's our equity goals in our strategic plan. That's our economic development goals as well. And as we talked about before, 3% improvement in on-time performance. That's a really great jump. We're really looking forward to seeing that jump even further with some more action that we're going to put into place, but that was clearly related specifically to fare free. It's also faster boarding. In general, we've improved access to affordable transportation. We've made it easy to just hop on board. You don't necessarily have to have a car. You don't have to afford the $10,000, $11,000, $12,000 per year it takes to own and manage a vehicle. We've improved access, and we've reduced traffic congestion. So for any one of you who's been in a car and you've been behind a bus, hopefully this will resonate with you. But buses stop. They have bus stops, and sometimes as a vehicle driver, you'll get stuck behind a bus. Well, that bus is preventing anywhere from 40 to 70 single occupant vehicles from being in front of you. So if you imagine what your commute would be like with every bus that you meet, if they were full, you could have 40 sitting, up to 70 standing. It makes a big impact on reducing traffic congestion. And last but not least, staff benefits. So again, faster boarding is great for the public. It's great for our staff. It reduces that time point stress. They're always thinking about they need to be at a stop, and they're trying to negotiate the traffic world and the roadway network in order to get there. And it has reduced conflicts at the fare box. We don't have this documented per se. I think we will a little bit more in the future. We've started to track the FTA is required that we started to track verbal assaults, if you will. I think that's what the federal term is. But when it doesn't rise to a physical incident, but it's definitely something that causes concern for our staff, something that is reported. We're starting to track those now so we can have a better handle on how often that's happening. Another benefit is there's less staff time involved in fare administration and collection. So that is not insignificant from either our customer service team selling fares or selling passes to ordering them and designing them, and then the daily collection of funds. There's a lot of staff time wrapped into the fare, so that's reduced that time significantly. And then overall staff retention, I will say one very close to retirement transit driver, he keeps punting his retirement, and he's like, it's just really great with fare free. You can people hop on board, you just say hello. You don't have to quabble over, whether they have 95 cents or, it just made, it's made them want to continue to stay with us even longer. They're kind of kicking their retirement down the road. So we think it's also beneficial in terms of staff retention. All right, now funding, last section before we get to the next step. So we have been funding the pilot using COVID stimulus funds. So for the last year, we've used federal funds. We will continue to use COVID stimulus funds for the next year. So we have the 2-year pilot covered. We also have annual federal funding that is authorized by Congress. So with the transportation legislation bill, so I think we're 2 years, I believe, into a 5-year, 2 or 3 years into a 5-year authorization. We never know exactly what happens, what the next authorization will be. We don't historically see a trend where it falls off. I can't imagine that it would, but I can't speak for I can't speak for Congress. So I would like to think that we would see that level remain the same, or hopefully, if the advocates are doing their job right, we're advocating for a higher funding level. But we do have a portion of our transit funding that is based on ridership. So the MPO is working on developing some estimates of what our ridership impacts could be if we move the metro area needle in terms of ridership. So we'll have more information for you in the future of what exactly that is, or what that could potentially be. But that we will still have our federal funding to help support our operations.
Darian, can you?
Yes.
How much is that funding?
So it's, oh gosh, I want to say 2.9 million last year is my estimate off the top of my head. I can get you the more specific number.
Yeah, I'd just be interested in, and it may be that it's wrapped up in the whole, but how much it runs, how much it's costing us total, and then how we're covering it.
Right.
So, and it's just a reminder. I know it's in the budget.
Mm-hmm. Nope, that's exactly. So yeah, we'll talk through a little bit of that. But the parking fee increase is something of interest as well, because that was the funding proposal was that if we increase our parking rates, we would be able to generate $2.9 million in revenue, which a good chunk of that would go to parking, which the capital improvements program is significantly larger for the next 5 years than it was the previous 5 years due to the age and condition. Also funding the downtown ambassador program, which has been really successful in helping to maintain the downtown. But $1.5 million of that increase was designated to help support fare-free. And we still anticipate we're going to need not on top of that, we anticipate we're going to need $2.5 million, so that really leaves us with a $1 million gap. And that is where the proposed utility tax comes in. So we're proposing a utility tax anticipated not next year, because we have COVID funding for this year, but for FY26 to help to cover that gap. And the combination of all of those is going to support the transit system without a fare. That would be the proposal, to support it without a fare.
And this would be franchise fees? You say utility tax, is that franchise fees? Yeah. Would it be targeted at natural gas or natural gas and electric?
Both.
Okay.
All right, next step, this is the last slide. So again, we're here tonight, wanted to give you sort of our year in advance, our year in rear look at Fare Free Iowa City program and get direction from you all. I will end with one note that our fare boxes are at the end of the useful life. Usually we maybe come to you closer to the end of the pilot program. We're in the middle, but we are asking for that direction because the fare boxes are at the end of useful life and they're no longer supported. So if we are going to return to a fare, we would need to know basically now. We need a long advance time to ensure that we could get them in and have them ready to go before we return to a fare. And then in terms of the next steps or our interventions or our solutions, the things that we're going to do to help get us to that 1.91 million rides is new transit facility is coming, and that's really exciting. We had an RFP out this year for a design team to help us design the new facility, the shared transit equipment facility. We expect we will come back to you all this fall with we're in contract negotiations right now, and then ultimately we expect that to be completed in 2027. That will be a huge leap forward in terms of our operational environment and also our ability to expand service to meet the needs of the future needs of our community. We can't fit any more buses in our facility at all, so we would not be able to add any additional service really. And then the age and condition issues, which you all are well aware of. We're also launching the bus stop and interchange improvement program. So we want to get an RFP out to have a consultant come on board and help us evaluate every single transit stop in the community and what do we need at that transit stop to make it a safe, a comfortable, and an accessible place for our community members. And that includes the downtown interchange. So we're going to look at everything holistically, help develop a plan And then you will see us come in the future for CIP projects likely to help fund these bus stop improvements. Of course, we're looking to expand our electric fleet. We are really excited. We have some state funding. With our current capacity, we feel like we could add 2 more electric buses right now, and we have the funding to do so. It's a long lead time, so we won't see them in the community for another couple of years. It's just the nature of manufacturing right now, but we are working towards that. And then last but not least, enhancing our service levels to reach ridership goals. So this is something we're constantly evaluating. Do we have the service levels that we need in the places we need them in the community? And that's going to be in part informed by that data that we're going to evaluate. So happy to answer any additional questions that you all have.
Are there any communities that have fare optional kinds of systems? I've heard more than one person say they love this fare-free and they want to keep it that way, but they'd be willing to pay something. Like, is there any community that has a system like that, or is that sort of a administrative headache that's probably not worth the effort to collect?
I'm not aware of any systems that have that. It makes me chuckle a little bit because we have gotten some donations, memorial donations for people in the last year who have passed, who've been longtime riders that they wanted to help support. They wanted to help support Fare Free. So we've received it in that way, but not so much at the fare box.
Making it as easy as possible to do that seems like a low barrier to potentially support this.
Yep.
I know that you are working now in many metrics and many many things that you want to measure it through, for this. So I really will be interesting to maybe add. You don't have to answer this question because I'm just saying it so you can while you are doing all this measuring and metrics. How many people are more able to afford their houses because of the free bus services? I mean, do the people really feel very comfortable after they get the free bus? Is this free bus services good enough that some family will sell their car to just depend on the bus and, decide just to, I don't know. I don't know if you understand what I mean, but just if the family will feel comfortable deciding to sell a car to better afford their housing. Because our free bus, if we can also think about that. I just want to start tying everything that we do to affordable housing so we can really start acting.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may respond, I can speak to this anecdotally, with people in my life, but I don't know of anyone who's quite sold their car, but I do know of plenty of people who have nearly completely transitioned their transportation options to public transit. So I think that's a fantastic goal for us to shoot for a system that means that you can live just fine in Iowa City without a car. And I know that plenty of people are doing that. So just sharing those that same goal with you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, thank you.
So we have all kinds of opportunities to provide additional transit, specifically regional transit. I know it's kind of an interesting conversation happening. And the big challenge for us is to decide where the public dollars go and be curious to know what kinds of data we have that's still valid about what people want. Do they just want more service here in Iowa City? Do they want access to Coralville and North Liberty? I know we did the transit study years ago. Is that information still valid, or are you still collecting information on, there's so many opportunities, right? Mm-hmm. New bus stops, more routes, more weekend service. How can we get data?
I think onboard surveying is a good way. Crafting an onboard survey, and we did do that. We got 1,000 responses with the transit study, so that might be worthwhile going back and taking a look. But I think it was less service enhancement specific and more kind of demographic and just trying to understand where people are going from. So we did capture a little bit of that. Where are you going now? But that doesn't, account for if there wasn't a way to get, they were going somewhere that they could currently get on the transit system, not somewhere. If that makes any sense. They weren't. Yeah. They were limited by the transit system at that time. But I think having some, and we've talked about this as part of the performance management plan, is coming up with a way that we can we can get some of that qualitative information, that feedback from the community. It's like, what are your next priorities for the transit system, given here's some options that we have in terms of service level changes. I think we could go directly. We could do online surveys. We could do public meetings. I mean, there's ways we can get that information.
Yeah.
It was more of a response to you, and then I was like, oh, no, it's for questions.
Yeah. I guess the sort of last thing that's more of a, I think we talked about this in the budget discussions, is yes, fare free seems to be something our community wants. I hear about it all the time. The idea of using the money from parking garages, though, from the enterprise fund, to me, I still have a little bit of discomfort about that, because I know these parking garages are going to have massive expenses, and it feels like we're borrowing. It feels a little bit like a shell game in some ways, and that gives me discomfort. And so I'm not sure if the right mechanism to pay for the free bus is actually the parking garages. I really like the idea of franchise fees supporting it. That to me that's perfectly in line, I think, with the kinds of trade-offs we're trying to make and how it impacts climate action. But it's a personal concern I have, because when I think enterprise fund, I think this is a silo of money, like with wastewater treatment. It's protected with some of these other funds, but that one we seem to be maybe a little bit more flexible with.
Well, I think you just view it as a transportation system as a whole, as opposed to just parking and just transit. If you look at them as integrated services, then you can get past that. But I understand it's very different than how we've operated in the past. We'll talk more about the utility tax with the budget proposal that you'll end up reviewing in January and February. But if the council as a majority felt that you wanted to shift from those parking fees to the utility tax, we have the ability to increase that utility tax another 4%. We're at 1% now. The state allows 5%, and it's generally about $1 million per percent. But understand that has its impacts too.
Yeah.
So it's those are difficult decisions.
Yes.
When do you?
Go ahead.
When do you, you had indicated, especially here on this last slide, that you're looking for some direction from council now or soon. How now and how soon are you thinking you need some sort of a direction from us?
I would say within the next 2 months, we would need, probably by the end of October, we would need to know.
And we're working under the assumption, obviously, you approved the parking increases that we talked about this winter, and we were very transparent that a portion of those were going to support fare free beyond the federal stimulus. So we're working under the assumption that fare free will continue to be supported, but conditions can change, and data like this may change how you think about it too. So yeah, you certainly have some time, but as Darian mentioned, we're going to need probably a good year to reinstitute the fare collection system if you ever decide to go that route.
And I think just kind of based on the feedback I've gotten from the community, my own observations, and the presentation tonight, I honestly can't imagine not supporting it moving forward, right? So I just want to be clear on timelines and things like that. So I didn't want to indicate that I was having second thoughts, because I'm really not. This is fantastic. You guys have done a wonderful job getting this new fare free instituted. It's wonderful to hear. Thinking back to our discussions, about a year ago, we were talking about this and kind of leading up to that, about some of the issues that our drivers were seeing in terms of conflict, and you kind of alluded to this a little bit. We talked about it more last year, and that was creating all kinds of ripple effects, including a difficulty with retention of drivers. So it's really, for me anyway, it was really nice to hear the change in several of the things that were trending negatively before we switched to fare free, which now seem to be going the opposite direction in a big turnaround. And that's due to the work of staff, and all the way to the drivers, of course, who have that actual interaction with the public. So well done.
I agree 100%, and also absolutely not going back. That's not something I'm gonna support. But also, just like you make me very exciting today. You're comparing the city of Iowa City with all those cities, and just like here for Ames, you said exactly, because that gap is because of the free fare. So this is by itself exciting news, and I don't think we're supporting. I'm not supporting to go back.
No, no.
Is now an appropriate time for just general comments, or are we still doing questions?
You can do a comment.
Okay. I would like to, echo a number of prior comments about how impressed I am with this presentation, with the results that we've been able to achieve as a community. I would also echo no desire to go back to a paid system for our public transportation. A little bit of a differing opinion than Councillor Moe. I think that results like this emphasize, at least to me, the importance of continued investment in transportation services and the real limitation of the funds that are available for funding those things. I think, as most people in the room may be aware, I grew up in Ames, Iowa for the first 13 years of my life. So I'm very familiar with SciRide services. And one thing that they absolutely have over us, from my experience, is the type of areas of refuge, structures that exist at our stops that prevent people from getting rained on, places to sit. All of that type of stuff costs a lot of money, and I really want to see us investing, our community funds that, broadly benefit people in additional infrastructure for transportation in that way, as well as exploring ways that we can further expand our public transportation infrastructure in terms of service, in terms of integration. I see that Councillor Burgess is going to talk next. But I just want to say and give her props because, she's been working really hard with all of other stakeholders in our county to do, integrated transit throughout our communities. I think we should be looking to that direction as well. So broadly speaking, major props to Laura Burgess, major props to our Transportation and Services Department, the City Manager's Office for getting this done. We should all be, as a community, as a council, as public servants, incredibly proud of what we've been able to achieve. And everyone should be patting themselves on the back here. So thank you all very much.
Okay. Council Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thanks for those overly generous comments, Councillor Dunn. I just want to echo what Councillor Harmson said and what Mayor Pro Tem said. And I think just, knowing that we are working towards a more holistic and hopefully regional transportation system, having real data, having real metrics, and being able to just evaluate what we've done and to be able to then pivot and make changes as we can see what's actually happening is just so exciting. So really huge thanks to staff for pulling this together. And I'm so grateful that the Harvard Bloomberg program offered this opportunity. And just, yes, for the record, I also am not interested in going back to a fare-based transit system and hope that we, keep pushing towards our mobility goal from our strategic plan of talking about the regional transportation system.
Thank you. Any comment or?
I was just going to say
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Oh, I was just going to say this is great. Thanks to the staff and for the presentation today. Of course, Harvard Bloomberg did show that data makes a difference, and we're trying to become a more data-informed system, which would allow us to really look at what we've done in the past and how we'll be able to better provide services in the future. One thing I wanted to comment about is the change in behavior that is tasked before us, because we see that if we can increase ridership by 222 per day, which is half of that if we have round trip riders 111, it's something that we absolutely can do. And so how do we ensure that we can inform the public and get them excited about this opportunity? Mayor Pro Tem, I have to tell you that if we get some data on people that have sold their vehicles and the financial impact that has made within their life, if our transit can fully meet their transit needs, I think that'd be phenomenal to hear. I'm real impressed with the staff. Thank you all again for the presentation. And I do know that it's a hard topic when we're talking about funding, where did the money come from? But we do have an opportunity before us that makes a lot of sense. We don't have all the money in the world, and we do have to make those hard decisions. And so far, I am with those that say we're not going back to fare free because of the opportunities that it really does mean for our community on so many levels, especially money back in the pockets of those that use the system, and the effect that it have on our climate as well. So thanks to the staff again for this presentation, and look forward to future conversations.
Councilor Alto? Yeah. Okay, I think thank you, Darian.
Thank you.
That's it. Thanks. Okay, we're gonna go. Next is item number 5, downtown parking discussion, and Mark Noel will lead us on this. So.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mark Rummel with Transportation Services. I will be really brief here so that others can have time to talk, but I'm just going to give you a really brief summary of our parking spaces downtown so that you all can discuss the topic of the meter rates. So our parking facilities, the ramps downtown, just a real breakdown of their space count. So the Capitol Street ramp has 875 spaces. The Dubuque Street ramp has 625. Tower Place has 511. Chauncey Swan behind us is 475. The Court Street Transportation Center is 600. And then our newest ramp, the Harrison Street parking facility, is 550. So that's a total of just over 3,600 spaces in ramps. 36 is the exact number for ramped spots. And then outside of that, the on-street parking, which is where all our meters are, there's kind of two categories we use. The off-street surface lots, there's 5 of those in the downtown area with a total of 187 spaces. And then the other meters are actually on-street on the different streets in the downtown area, and those make up 985 total spots. So as far as meters go, both the surface and the on-street, or the surface lots in the on-street, we're at 1,172. So really there's about 3,600 in the ramps and about 1,200 on-street that put us at about 4,800 spaces total in the downtown area. Our last rate increase was this last July, so FY25 was our meter increase, and before that it was in 2013 was our last increase. This additional revenue, as Darian mentioned earlier, was programmed or planned to be spent on fare free, our increasing ramp maintenance projects, that's all the concrete work, the membrane, things like that we're doing for all the ramps on an annual basis, and our block by block ambassador program that's new this summer, which is just a great program that we've got in the downtown area. I've got a map I'm just going to put up on the screen for you that will show. Let me see if I can make this bigger. And I was just going to show this real quick, and we can leave it up if you like, but it's basically displaying every single meter that we have in Iowa City. So the blue is really the core of downtown. Those are all our $3 meters, and all the red dots are $1.50 meters that are out there. I hope this helps with your discussion. Like I said, I was going to be brief, but I'm here to help answer any questions you guys have throughout the night. So.
I forget, how much are we funding, or how much is the cost for the program that the city is helping to fund with the ambassador program? What's our contribution to the ambassador program? I can't remember.
Do you remember what that? 825.
Okay, thank you.
So the increase of the parking rates was intended to fund a little over 500,000 of that.
Okay.
500.
Based on the current rate or on staff recommendation?
The staff recommended rate was sufficient to cover the block by block expense.
Do we have any?
And just for a comparison, can you tell us what the cost was previous before we had the block by block services?
Just roughly the difference between the two, so right around 250 to 300,000.
Do we have any, I know that previously, I think Darian had presented latent parking rates of how many hours people are parked in a specific spot. The new rates have only been in force for a month. Do we have any data that indicates there's more available spaces? Is there any of that kind of information available to us yet?
We don't really have that information yet. I can tell you, just looking at July 2024 to July 2023, we've seen an increase in revenue deposits from the on-street meters and a slight decrease in actual transactions. So that was like a 34% increase in revenue coming in and about a 1.5% decrease in transactions. But to be honest with you, July is not, it's 1 month and it's not even a great month to use, just between some of our street closures for Jazz Fest and students not being here and things like that. So I don't have a great number for you.
That's okay.
Out of curiosity, what's the difference in number between the blue dots and the red dots? Like how many of, it looks like there's about twice as many red dots just eyeballing it, but is that, I'm just curious how many we're doing at the $3 rate versus the $1.50. If it's not handy, it's not a
I
great one.
don't know that I have that handy, but I can definitely get that back,
Yeah,
or
thank
get
you.
back to you on that.
Just another follow-up question. Approximately how many dollars are we anticipating going towards Bear Free from the funds raised from this?
1.5 million.
Yeah, 1.5 to Fair Free.
Okay.
Okay. Any question or more?
Yeah, like I said, I'll be here if you guys have any more questions while you're discussing. Happy to help.
Sure, thank you.
Yep.
Who wants to dive in?
Pardon?
I'm ready to go. Well, I have a number of thoughts on this issue. I understand a lot of the concerns that have been shared from members of the community, from people in the business community, especially about the parking rates that have been implemented. Those concerns are well taken and understood, and I think that we do need to take action to mitigate some of the effects, particularly on business owners and workers. I don't think that, at least from my perspective, it was the intent of this council to increase an effective tax on, relatively, low-wage service workers or small business owners in our community. I don't think anyone here wants to do that. So I'm very glad that our city manager's office and other relevant agents in government are working to try to address that concern. And I do hope that we can get something done on that with haste, really. With regard to the broader conversation of moving us back to the staff recommendation of $2, I do find that at this point very concerning. I think that, if we want to use this as a pilot rate, either for a quarter or just the first semester of school, I would be very open to examining that and to implementing that as a potentially a temporary measure to see what happens, to see if our business owners concerns about stops within our downtown are really there. I mean, for people to see that and for the sticker shock to, cause emotions that cause people to, want things to go back the way they were, is understandable. But I don't necessarily think that in a case like this, where dollars and cents are few and far between, and the alternative might be increasing taxes, like actual taxes. I think we need to think long and hard about going back within a month or two of a decision that is going to have major financial implications for everything we just talked about. We did make the decision to spend $1.5 million worth of these funds on our Fare Free. And as counselors are aware, our parking infrastructure, new stuff is happening every day, and every week. So these types of things are concerning. The community's concerns are well taken and understood. But I think that we need to be very careful about potentially moving back to the staff recommendation immediately. I think we need to lead using policy, or pardon me, not policy, lead using statistics, the numbers and facts. And if it is the case that, there is a decrease in traffic downtown, there is a decrease in business downtown, that's a concern. But I don't think we should look past the fact that in our conversation where we implemented this, our desire is to offset people who are taking trips to downtown with our more quality public transit. If we eliminate an opportunity to fund quality public transit, we're limiting our ability to advance public transit as quickly as possible, to accelerate our climate goals more broadly. So that is to say, broadly speaking, if people wanted to consider using this as a pilot for the first semester or something like that, I would be open to doing that and looking at this using a data-driven approach. But as of right now, I can say that I'm against moving immediately to the $2 per hour rate.
Thank you. Now, Councilor Alter?
Yes. Thank you for your comments, Councilor Dunn. I think that to provide more facets to the conversation, certainly I'm among all of you who do not want to go back. But you raised you had some interesting phrases that I want to kind of tack onto here. Certainly we don't have bad intentions when we make decisions, right? Or mean to create bad impacts. And yet, we had a meeting where the announced amount was for $2. That was what we were going to discuss. And within that same meeting, we actually didn't think long and hard about impacts. We raised the rate to $3, where there was no opportunity for stakeholders to weigh in. So that's one thing. I think that we should have this conversation now and to allow people to talk about the impact. Another thing is you are absolutely right, and I completely agree with you in terms of looking at dollars and cents. But I also know that the optics of having $3 an hour for the core downtown, not everyone is immediately going to think, I want to take the bus instead. That's just a fact. Additionally, during football weekends, basketball weekends, regular events, people come from out of town and drive down to here. They can't take public transit, or they won't. Either one is true. I am worried about the optics of how inclusive and inviting downtown Iowa City the core is to say it's $3 an hour. There is no way to do partial. And if you're using an app, it's $3.40. That actually doesn't scream equity to me. The optics in some cases actually do matter in terms of how people perceive what the reality is, right? So I'm not doing this as any kind of a knock, because I think fundamentally we need to find out where we have programs available, where we can find funds. But I also know that the staff actually looked at this and said, how can we do this? We haven't raised fares in a long time. I think it's safe to say that we're not going to wait another 9 years before we raise parking rates, right? So this is a big leap. I certainly understand piloting, but in this case, we decided in one meeting to raise the prices. I think it's fair for us to tap the brakes a little bit and say, perhaps there are other options available. I just want to make sure that one other thing that I want to point out is the core, as we've been talking about, it's always been more expensive than the others, which I think is absolutely appropriate because we want turnover. We want people to come in and we want them to leave, or if they do want to stay for longer, then go to the ramps, right? The ramps currently have, if we are in fact going to see potentially people not coming in, then you're going to lose the fare altogether of people coming to Iowa City because they won't go to the ramps and they won't park in the meters. So we're not getting any revenue that way. So I just wanted to point that out, and I apologize, Councilor Dunn. It's just you had some phrasing that worked really well for me to do some counterpoints. But these are directed to all of council for us to think about.
I appreciate you bringing up the point that we did take a carefully crafted budget proposal and in a course of a few minutes changed it. I appreciate you bringing that up. And I also, I guess, have a question for Mr. Fruin. The $1.5 million that's in the budget, was that predicated on the increase that was only to $2? Or was that been adjusted with increases to?
That's a good question.
To $3?
That was based on the $2
Yeah,
maximum.
so I think we still achieve our goals. I mean, in principle, we want people to see the street parking spots as the premium, the short-term parking, the first-class seat. We want people to drive to the parking garages, and whatever we can do to drive people there, we need to. So I believe that means we got to have it be slightly more expensive than the parking garages and maybe sign it really clearly, like you're picking a first-class seat, but there's a garage over here that's really great and really close.
Well, just to interrupt, they actually, they already are premium because the first hour in a ramp is free.
Sure.
At $2.
Right.
Yeah,
And then
and I think that's
$2.
good. Yeah, as a principal, we want to drive people to the ramp. And also, the idea of a test case, though, makes me concerned as far as running it for too long, because if it does really harm businesses, they're not just going to quickly bounce back and come back. If we shut down a business because it's too expensive, that could be a permanent thing. And so I'm a little hesitant to just test it out, roll the dice, and see what happens. So I'm at a place where I think there is maybe a way that we make sure that it's slightly more expensive than the ramps, but maybe come down a little bit. I'm not sure where the sweet spot is, because this isn't science, guys. This is a gut check of where is that magic moment in time. I've also been a little bit miffed, maybe is the right word, by people writing who are business owners who are like, well, now it costs me a lot of money to park on the street in front of my business all day. And I don't know that makes a lot of sense. Like, if you're a business owner, I'd hope you'd go drive to that ramp and leave that premium spot in front of your business open for your customers. And so there's some, behavior things that would be really great that hopefully this conversation and maybe adjusting parking fees can lead to. Things we haven't talked about are like the fact that we have a lot of people who work nighttime and maybe come when parking rates are still going. I know that city staff is working on a nighttime pass for those people.
Yeah.
Strongly support that effort as fast as we can make that happen. And then getting business owners access to passes, I'm not quite sure. How is that process working or not working, or do you need any kind of council instruction to how to make that better, or is it?
Yeah, I'll invite Mark up to respond to that. I will say that I think over the last few months, this discussion has helped facilitate a lot more transactions for permits from businesses into our decks.
Yeah, we've had a lot of communications with various business owners downtown in the last, like Jeff said, the last couple months, especially I'd say in July for sure, when the rates went up. And we're really trying to work with them as much as we can. It's a communication back and forth. Just for us, we're trying to determine a little bit more information about their business. You know, obviously, if they're open and working later in the evenings, there might be some other opportunities that work better for them in some of the different ramps. We've been able to help quite a few with some permit requests that they've made. So I think that part of the conversation is definitely something that's improved, and it may have been more of a communication issue on our end, that now we're getting the word out to them and just working with business owners. So I think that has improved a lot.
Are there business owners, is there a waiting list to get a parking pass as a business owner? If you're a downtown business owner, what's the wait to get a parking pass?
So, like I said, we're kind of evaluating that on a case-by-case basis and really doing our best to get anyone a permit. Right now, there's no waiting list. So if someone contacts us, we're trying to get them a permit.
That's great.
Yeah.
Jeff, if I could ask a question real quick. Could you kind of detail what the approval process for this change was in the first place? You know, what was noticed, how many readings we did of something, whether that's part of the budget itself, because I understand the sentiment behind the comment that this was made in one meeting, because ultimately we did make the decision in one meeting. But as far as I understand, I think that there was a lot more opportunities for public involvement regarding this, and I want to be corrected if that understanding is wrong or misguided.
Right, so the decision from the council to increase from the staff recommendation came in a work session, one of your budget work sessions, when this was initially discussed, probably in February, I would guess, maybe January. And staff received that direction to increase to $3 an hour in the core, the blue dots on the map there. After that, you had to approve the budget, which would formalize that intent, and then you would have had to change the ordinance. So there would have been 3 readings, so at 3 separate public council meetings, you would have taken a vote to approve those rates.
But did we advertise somewhere or just council meeting?
Just a council meeting. We didn't advertise. It certainly wasn't. I think we were very transparent about it with the downtown district, but we don't take special advertisements out when we have any type of ordinance like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
I wanted to just mention that when I went downtown and it was for an event, some type of a festival, and right before that event, the staff had really emphasized parking at the parking ramp on the other side of Burlington Street, and they gave information about the distance, the time that it would take to get from that parking ramp to kind of the Ped Mall area. And so I did that, and I was shocked. It was easy to get in, it was less cars, and the walk over was quite fast. And so when I'm thinking about all of the street parking, as well as the ramp parking, proximity and time should also be factors. So if you're trying to find a park, you know, in the core of the downtown area, oftentimes you're going to circle quite a bit to find a parking spot. Whereas if you go to one of the parking ramps that are right there downtown, or even if you cross the Burlington Street, time in the parking, the time that it takes to park a car and walk the distance to, whatever your favorite business that you're going to be going to that day, it may not really be that big of a difference. And so, the equity I hear on some level, which we all would agree that, the busing opportunity that it gives for individual with lower financial means to get on a bus and ride for free, it helps people get to their work and all the other things. So there are some good things about where these funds are going. But when I think about how we got to the $3, the ramp, it is, the first hour free, the second hour is $2. A part of my rationale was, what is the incentive to get people to go to the ramp, in addition to education? But what would be that incentive? I mean, if you have $2 on the street, you have $2 in the ramp, the first hour is free, you're going to be down there 2 hours. There's no difference in the fee. You're going to pay, yes, $4 on the street, which is just $2 additional. So I think a part of my rationale was we wanted to make sure that we were, kind of redirecting as many as possible to the ramp, because there are some additional benefits for that, as well as we cannot underestimate the educational opportunities that we as a city have, but also that we can share with the business owners, impress that upon them to share with their patrons that, my business is this far from this parking ramp. It takes you this much time to get here, and it'll cost you this money. First hour free, second hour, $2. And so I do think that, some educational opportunities and how we led to this $3, it was I think an informative conversation, and we did our job. We told our staff what we felt, what we believed was right for our community. I do appreciate all the business owners that have come and expressed their concerns. I do hear you. It is not gone without great conversations that have happened with some business owners and others within our community. The other thing I would encourage staff to continue to do while we're thinking about these and other incentive or opportunities, like for the nighttime pass for staff. And then I know that we got the USG gave us a recommendation for finals week. But are there other things? When I first came to Iowa City, you would walk around and get a stamp, on this little card, and your parking ticket, and it would be reduced. I know that we're more electronic now, but what are there opportunities within our, systems for businesses to, give a reduced rate to someone to park on the street? So I would just maybe tuck that in the back of the mind for the staff. The trial period, I don't think that would be right for our community, but I just wanted to chime in and, again, say thanks to everyone that lended their voices on this. I do hear you. I am comfortable with where we are on this opportunity for our community, and I'll just leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we decided on this, one of the things that was salient to me this spring was the argument that the goal, although the other goals of pushing people into the ramp, trying to increase bus ridership or greater use of other sorts of things were all listed as from different council members as rationale. The one that to me that actually in terms of what we can accomplish and expect to accomplish with this was the idea that we wanted to increase those prices in order to have people move towards the ramp and leave the close by parking spots for businesses rather than people staying for the full amount, that we would see greater turnover, that we would see people moving more often, thereby ultimately increasing the flow of traffic into the businesses. To me, that was the argument that we had heard or had been thrown out there as one of the impacts of this. That would ultimately have that impact of not just moving people to the ramps, which is great, but ultimately if they're driving to park along Clinton Street or park in the ramp, Old Capitol Mall ramp, that's the same in terms of environmental impact, right? So that's not really it. It's really about those spots and about the turnover and into the businesses, really. Otherwise, why else would we care about how long somebody parks there? I mean, that's sort of the gist of it. What we're hearing, or what we've heard since then, is that rather than that, to me, what I thought was for me, it was the desired effect, is that it's not actually, creating more business for the downtown business. So ultimately, that's that was when I agreed with it, that was the idea, that it was going to, also be helping with that economic sort of engine. Obviously an increase was necessary. The city staff came to us with their original proposal, which they felt was going to get us to where we needed to get to fund the other things, which I agree with Councilor Dunn. We certainly don't want to sacrifice that, but I don't think if we were to go back to either the original staff recommendations or something close to it, it doesn't sound like we'd be sacrificing that funding for the free transit. And so I would, I would be, I honestly didn't feel very strongly about the increase. I know that during the discussions, Mayor Pro Tem had raised some concerns too about people that, if it's me, I hardly ever park on street. For me, it's really easy to park on a ramp. Most businesses are within, 2 blocks of a ramp? The furthest you'd have to walk unless there's some big festival and they're full. That doesn't happen a whole lot, other than the first couple of weeks of classes here. I think we'll see some of that a little bit until people sort of figure stuff out. But, for you've got a carload of kids, you need to get in and out. It actually is a bigger deal to unload, so what it does is it then changes the habits, which, getting back to Councilor Mo's point a little bit, slightly different angle, once you change customers' habits about where it's convenient, they might not be keeping track of, say we're to do the pilot route. They might not be keeping, 6 months later, well, they've changed it now, I'm gonna, they've already found some place that's convenient, they've gone in, they've found something they can get somewhere else, and that's not gonna come back quite so easily. And so for all of those reasons, I would be totally fine revisiting, bringing it back down either to the original recommendations, or if council wasn't, if it was 2 1/4 maybe, but I'd be okay with the $2 as well. And I think now that we've gotten this feedback, and if it's not working or not going to meet what I was hoping it was going to do, then I don't have any desire to keep doing something that's not accomplishing the goals that I was looking for. But that's me sitting in my one of 7 seats.
Okay, Council Burgess?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think I just want to kind of reiterate what I heard the mayor say, which has been my lived experience as well. When I did drive downtown, you would go around and around and around for much more time than you would to actually just go to a ramp and park in the ramp and walk to where you were going. And I think the incentive for businesses, we need to be thinking about the downtown as a whole. And I think a lot of people, when they can park on the street, may just run into one place, get back in their car and leave. And we want people to experience the downtown and stick around, which is why we have the first hour, free in the ramps. You might stay longer. And I just, I don't have super strong feelings about what exactly the amount should be, but I think for the incentive reasons, it really needs to be more than the hourly rate in the ramp. I thought the mayor spoke to that well, and wherever the council as a whole lands, I think it's very important that we have a tiered system so that those spots in the city center are the most expensive. And the other piece I would point to is what I heard Mark say as far as the data that we have so far is that we don't know much about turnover, or certainly we don't know much about who's patronizing businesses, because it is summertime and we've got a lot of construction happening downtown. So I think we would need more time to know that, but also the revenue has increased 34%. So people may not like it, but they are paying it. And I think that's an important fact as well, that to see that significant of, an increase, I think if people were really scared off by the parking rates and it was going to be the decision between being downtown or not being downtown, we wouldn't have seen that increase.
Okay, for me, I really, I'm very glad that this item come back, because in the beginning, I really was not supporting it, but I kind of vote yes when everybody just decide, to go with it. I did not even talk if I'm saying yes or not, because it was a work session. But I really don't support this. The first thing, we always depend on the staff. The staff will calculate everything because we don't know how to calculate this. The staff calculate it, so $2 is really good for them to subsidize any program that they have. So they did a calculation not like in a one day, meeting. I think they did this for a long time, and they find out that $2 is really appropriate to do it, and that's why they bring it to us. So I was shocked by the $3 suddenly from $2 to $3. That's $1, which is become more expensive than parking in Washington, D.C. in front of the passport agency where I went there and parked in front of it. So this is really too much. And talking about respectfully, Council Don, about the pilot programs, and also, I don't know, somebody else, like the mayor mentioned for the USG, I think if you want to do it to USD student, then do it around maybe the library for low-income people who come to drop us a book. If we're going to start doing it for like group of people, as a group of people will come here and say, hey, this is our reasoning for, we come this area too much and the parking is really expensive. So I don't want to see that. I want to see like lowering the parking for everyone. And I don't think we'll make benefit out of the residents, or we are not making profit from our residents, because if the staff said $2 is enough, I think that's enough. We need the money to cover only the expensive of the city needs, not making profit and put it away. So I think if the staff said $2, I will go with that. I will really, and it is appropriate to go back. The resident would be happy when we make bad decision and we bring it back. That doesn't make us look bad or look we don't know what we're doing. We rush this through, and resident will cheer us and say, hey, you are doing great. You bringing this back. And I think if we talk about also business owner, sometimes business owner, yes, I'm with you. They need, if they are staying there for a long time, park on their own. But sometimes, like in and out, kind of like bringing something to this business, they want to go back and bring something else. And I think that's why they use the park in front of them. And mostly, if they need to stay, they can stay on the park, their arm too. So I will be really open to go back to the $2. And I think that will be the right decision to do.
One other thing, if I may, is if I remember, when we were at $1, the blue core, you could incrementalize for like a half an hour or what have you, right?
Yeah.
I don't believe that we have that capability now. It is a flat $3, and then if you use the app, it's $3.40 for the length of that. Am I misremembering that?
Maybe Mark can tell us.
I was going to say, if that's the case, then we are actually making more money.
I may have to check on that and get back to you. I can tell you when we went to credit cards at the meters, this was back in 2013 when we changed the rates back then, was when we because of all the fees associated with that, we had a 1 hour minimum on that credit card. So I believe the credit cards are still that way. If you're paying at the meter, it should give you credit per whatever coin you put in there.
You can't put coins in and get small quantities. I know
you
that.
can do that?
The credit card is
Okay.
a 1 hour minimum.
Yeah, okay.
We just
No.
got a lot of fees, and
Fair.
there's a lot of extra cost for that credit card piece.
Sure.
To be fair, it's a lot of coins.
I see Council Dunn, you're raising your hand. Do you have any more comments?
Yeah. No, I just want to express, a couple things. The first thing is, again, I really want to emphasize the importance of us using a data-driven approach to this. There's been a number of comments about, this not having the intended effect, with relation to a comment by Councilor Harmson. I don't think a 2-month data collection period with no data to present will allow us to gauge whether or not, the intended effect is actually occurring. Additionally, I think that we need to understand that, again, our dollars and cents are finite resources with finite sources. If we are taking away our opportunity to raise funds for public transit and other parking repairs from a situation like this, well, let's say what is that tax? If we're going to look at this as a tax or a charge for service, but let's just call it a tax, even though it's not technically. That's a tax on the people who are able to afford cars. who are able to afford parking generally, who are able to afford vehicle maintenance, right? If we are shifting that cost, as I understand is proposed, to a utility tax, that's a tax on necessary and vital services like gas that's heating people's homes in the winter. I think the difference between our funding streams here is very important to consider. And I think the fact that, as Councillor Burgess mentioned, the funds raised has gone up comparatively, and we haven't seen a significant, I wouldn't consider 1% during the month of July a significant decrease in usage. We have not seen any data to suggest that traffic downtown has declined in any meaningful metric, especially considering so many of the students already use public transportation, are already located downtown for their classes. They are the main economic driver of our community, full stop. We can't ignore that, right? They're not going to go anywhere anytime soon. If we are not considering those facts, the facts that we lack data, the facts that we are going to shift a tax, quote unquote, from one group of people that have significantly more resources than another group of people who may not have as many resources and have to purchase a service as a part of their lives, I don't think we can ignore that. And I don't think that we should ignore the fact that the increased cost of parking was going to go towards a lot of the things that we just had a conversation about. Do we want areas of refuge for our bus stops? Do we want to expand services? These are the questions that we have to be thinking about. And are we going to fund that off of a required regressive tax, a literal tax in this sense, towards our utilities? Or are we going to do that off of something that we've already implemented, regulatorily wise, and that we have no data to present that it has otherwise affected our business owners, that has otherwise affected business or traffic in downtown? I think that is unwise at this point, and I will be very disappointed if that's the direction that we go at this time.
I just want to push back. We do have data. We have qualitative data. We are hearing from those business owners. Now, I absolutely agree that with the whole idea that we need to make data-driven decisions, and it would be great to have more numbers. I 100% agree with that. But to my earlier point, this isn't just a neutral impact experiment. In the process of gathering this data, we could end up changing the habits of potential customers, hurting our downtown businesses in ways that aren't intended. Backing up just sort of that general thing, we are starting to hear already from the people who are talking to the customers every day, who are giving us that feedback, that we're getting that. So that is also data. Now, I agree, it would be great to have a year's worth of data. And I think if we knew that they would have a neutral impact, I would agree with you 100%. But I'm not convinced that it would have a neutral impact. And we also, again, the questions about utility tax, that hasn't been brought for us. That's next year's budget. If we get into the discussions for next year's budget and say, well, now we have a choice between A and B options, then we should absolutely do that at that point of the conversation. But by that point in the conversation, would we have changed people's habits to coming to our downtown unnecessarily? Like I said, I think when we get through that and we get to that point in our discussion of funding past this year, looking at those budget options, I 100% agree with you, Councilor Dunn. We should totally have that discussion. But again, I don't think that's something we have to parse out or make a part of this at this point. I think that's cart ahead of the horse a little bit.
I would also just mention that in terms of us talking about going back, it's still a raised rate from what it was before July. It's still $1 more. So I do think, doubling. Yeah, it's a doubling. And we could, as I said before, I don't think we're going to wait 9 years to raise rates. I think it is safe to assume that this will become part and parcel of how we do this. Mm-hmm. I think incrementalizing it and saying let's go at staff recommendation then allows us to then let the public know in advance that this is going to be a more regular way in which we do this. But I also agree that people can unlearn habits very quickly and form them by, I think it would be very hard to unring that bell.
Yeah. And just listening to, I receive a lot of feedback from the public, even the people who go and just grab a cup of coffee from the downtown very quick, and they find a spot and they just went in. That will increase the price of the coffee. Paying $3 for just few minutes to go inside and come back, and you get charged that amount, and you buy the coffee. Why should I go and buy it from downtown? I just go somewhere else. So I think this is really have effect on the business downtown.
So I'm just going to cut to the chase here. I'm kind of keeping my little scorecard to sort of see where everybody lines up. And I hear sort of 2 people who say, let's keep it at 3. 2 people are like, let's go to 2. And 3 people who are maybe a little bit less, somewhere between 225, 250. If you want me to name people, like if I'm misunderstanding, I believe that I heard Dunn and Teague say $3. I heard you two say $2, and I'm in the
what
sort of.
What you saying?
I think that we should, 225 was a random number that Councilor Harmsen threw out, and that's kind of where mine is 225, 250. We react to the public who says this is too much, but we also signal something that it is a premium spot, go to the garage. So
I think let us look at it right now. We have 4 councils saying that we want it to go back, okay, whether it's $2 or $2.25. I guess that's you.
Go back, I guess, yeah, that's, I'm in the.
Go back.
Yeah, I'm in the $2, and if everybody wanted 225,
Okay.
I would be.
I'm in the $2.
I mean, I prefer staff recommendations because they had put it
and
forward,
we have
and it's
3.
still
You want to
increasing.
join us?
No, I'm not a 3 person, so I'm a 250 person, so, or 225 person, but I also.
We'll support the $2 because there is 3.
Well, we have this come back to us. This is a work session, so we're not voting on it tonight.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but they're going to
But
need
we just
direction.
given them direction so they can know where we at. I know that Jeff always wanna hear where's the council at, so that will make his job easy.
Yeah, so we're getting pretty close with the evening permit, and it's the same code section that the rates would be in. So ideally, we'd like at your next meeting to bring both the evening permit and any change, should the majority of the council want to see a rate change.
Okay then, I think we have enough discussion now, you know where we are at, and you can bring it next time, right?
I'm not quite sure if if the majority is at 2 or some number between 2 and 3. That's what I would just like to
Couldn't we
hear a
debate
majority
an
on.
amendment in a?
I might
in a
recommend
meeting?
that we go to recess and pick this conversation back up after the formal meeting.
Minutes.
Yeah, it is only 5 minutes. Let us, go to recess, and we will come back after the meeting.
That works, we can have.
Okay?
about
We
that. I
adjourn.
didn't even notice
now.
the time.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. It is 6 o'clock on August 20, 24. 6 p.m. I'm calling Iowa City Council formal meeting in order. Roll call, please.
Alter.
Here.
Burgess.
Here.
Dunn.
Here.
Harmson.
Here.
Mo.
Here.
Saleh.
Yes.
Teague.
Here.
Okay. Now I'm going to go to item 1. It is item 2, second consent agenda. May I have a motion? First, I think we need.
Is it a motion to,
You want to pull out?
Do I
Yeah,
pull
I
out
do.
first?
is that how it works?
How it
Yes.
work to pull out
Yes.
first?
I
Okay.
would like to pull out item 6C, traffic control on Russell Drive.
6C. Okay, I would like to have a motion to approve the consent agenda, item 2 to 6, with taking 6C out. of the
So moved. Alter.
Second, Mo.
Second by Alter, and, no.
Moved by Alter,
Moved by
second by
Alter,
Mo.
second by Mo.
Yeah.
Okay, and now public discussion.
None.
Anyone online? None online. Council discussion on the consent agenda.
I simply wanted to pull it out because this is a section in the South District that goes to Alexander and is pretty well traversed. And since there's a traffic change, I want folks to know about it and to talk about it a little bit. So I don't really have any more than that, other than that the yield signs are going to turn to stop signs, and that's a really big thing for that road. Is there a sense of a timeline on that?
Well, we've got the consent calendar
We're gonna,
without
we're going
that.
to
Without that.
discuss it.
Oh,
Right.
I am
later.
so sorry.
But
Maz was looking
right,
at me.
No, right now I'm just saying like any discussion on the consent agenda.
Right, my
If
bad.
there is none, roll call, please.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Dunn,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Salih,
Yes.
Teague.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Okay, now we are going to public comment. And
Mayor Pro Tem.
No, we need to discuss item 6C, that being pulled by.
Yes,
Martha,
and so I just will restate, I'm
sorry, you need to have a motion and a second, and then.
sorry.
Yeah, can we have a motion to move item 6C?
So moved, Harmson.
Second.
And anyone you can discuss?
Okay, now, I will first of all, let me say Mayor Teague makes it look so easy. Second of all, I just want to reiterate that this is about a section of street going to Alexander that's moving from yield signs to stop signs. And so my question is whether there's a timeline already planned.
I can jump in and take that. It typically takes about 2 weeks for us to install the sign, weather permitting, so roughly, that's what you should expect.
Sure, thank you.
Okay. I was preparing myself without taking anything from the consent agenda. So let us go to item 7, which is community comment.
Well, we need a vote, Mayor Pro Tem.
See? Okay. Can I have a motion to approve item number 6C?
I think we have the motion second. I think if there's no other discussion,
Okay.
we can
I
go
guess
right to
roll
roll
call.
call.
Right to the vote.
Yes, ma'am.
Burgess,
Yes.
Dunn,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Salih,
Yes?
Teague,
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Okay, motion approved, 7-0. And now, public comment. And this is in-person in comment. I'm not gonna allow no one online. And we will be allowing community, public to speak on this item or any item that is not on the agenda. And please keep your comment to 3 minutes.
Hey, good to see all of you, or a few of you. Actually, a lot of you missing. Some things in the world aren't fair as I see it. Why is it that, during the Miss Universe contest, that the winner always comes from Earth? That always strikes me as kind of odd. What about the other planets in the universe, right? Now, that may not be such a useful question, maybe. I don't know. It's just the type of question you ask when you're a kid, right? Your kids ask these questions. My kids ask these questions. But then there are other questions that may be more important. Like, for instance, why is it that we get to bomb, invade, change regimes, get rid of leaders, meddle in elections all over the world with our tax dollars without even voting on such, no proposals of war, without even a vote? But we have 72% of our country wants national health care, and we can never get that. We doesn't seem to get it, even though we want it, but we don't get it. A lot of people in Iowa City, they vote Democrat. I never voted Republican. But even when the Democrats are voted in, they always say, we're going to do all this good stuff. But instead, we bomb, we invade, we meddle in elections, we get rid of leaders, but we don't get national health care. We don't get affordable housing, we don't get raised minimum wage, we don't get a maximum wage. And right now, I mean, we're involved in so many things. We're meddling in Venezuela, we're bombing in Syria and Yemen, we are arming an apartheid state in Israel, destroying lives in Gaza. We are arming a fascist rogue state in Kiev in Ukraine to attack its other side of Ukraine in Russia. Yet, we want the basic things for ourselves here. We don't want to bomb anybody. I don't want to bomb anybody. I vote, I pay taxes. I want to do good things. So why, if 72%, for instance, want national health care, and the same percentage doesn't want to arm Israel or Kiev or do other things in Syria, why is it we only get that and we don't get what we want? Well, the city council is connected. Locally, we're connected. And I think that we think of ourselves as a liberal city, right? Liberal town, whatever that might mean. Well, maybe we'll get Kamala Harris. Whatever we get, we should demand that we get the stuff we need and we stop bombing and invading other countries. And thank you so much for your time.
Anyone from the public would like? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Charlie Nusser. I'm with Hand Jewelers in Iowa City. I just wanted to comment and say thank you to all of you who are at least reconsidering the decision, whatever the outcome may be. I think that speaks a lot towards all of you. Also, just want to make a point quickly about metrics, which I completely agree with. Metrics are a great thing. I believe it was brought up that one of the metrics could be businesses going out of business. Unfortunately, waiting enough time to see what metrics are can lead to businesses going out of business, and just wouldn't want to see that. So, thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Woodburn. I don't know if this is the right time to speak. I'm just speaking in regards to the parking downtown Iowa City. Is this not the right time to bring up that issue?
I think it's the right time. Yeah.
Okay, that is wonderful. So I've been a part of the downtown business for 31 years now, and the parking issue that is going on is, I think, creating a lot of chaos and a lot of difficulty for people that are working very hard to support their families and keep businesses going. And I was wondering if any of you have any ideas of a way that we could make parking more accessible, make the $3 an hour that it just went up to become more reasonable, to make it more accessible to elderly people that want to come dine in our restaurants. Like I said, I've been working downtown for 31 years. I bring a bag of coins every day to work with me so that when people come in and they don't understand the parking system and they want to park on the street, I just say, I gotcha. And so I bring my money in and I go out and I plug their meters. And then sometimes people get really confused and they don't understand and they don't have the coins, they don't understand the app. I don't understand the app. And even the credit card swipe, sorry, the system that is installed is subpar. I work downtown every day. The system is not really that great. So I'm just thinking that it's really driving people out of downtown to come dine and shop. And I'm friends with a lot of owners downtown Iowa City. And I think there should be a way that we could make it more practical, affordable for people to enjoy downtown Iowa City. For instance, you can park downtown Des Moines for $1 an hour. You can park in Cedar Rapids, some places for 50 cents an hour. You can park in Ames for 50 cents an hour if you park 10 hours, or $1 an hour. Why is Iowa City $3 an hour to park downtown if you just want to have lunch at these wonderful restaurants and wonderful shops? So I was wondering if anybody had any thought on why that's happening. And maybe you could reach out to some of these business owners downtown. Like, all of us work downtown, you know? And why is this happening? So I don't know if this is time that you can give a response, or...
Actually, no, we don't engage on.
Oh, I don't know. I've never done this before. I'm obviously kind
Thank
of
you.
nervous. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? I think now I'm gonna close the public comment. Do we do the hammer or no?
Just go on to item 8.
Yeah, okay. Item 8 is planning and zoning matter. Item 8A, rezoning 1215 Camp Cardinal Road, and an ordinance conditionally rezoning approximately 5.01 acres of land located at 1215 Camp Cardinal Road from interim development single-family residential IDRS zone to low-density single-family residential RS5 zone. And this is the second consideration, but the staff is requesting expedited action. May I have a motion to waive the second consideration?
So moved.
Moved by Alter,
Second.
second by Mo.
I move that the rule requiring that ordinances must be considered and voted on for passage at 2 city council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended, that the first consideration and vote be waived. Second. Should it be second?
No, you move it, second by,
I haven't finished.
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's how you move it, right? See?
Yes.
She
That the first consideration and vote be waived, and that the ordinance be given second consideration and vote at this time.
Thank you. Second. Okay, moved by Alter, second by Mo. Public discussion on this item. Okay, council discussion.
None.
Okay, roll call, please.
Dunn,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Salee,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
and Burgess.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. And now can I have a motion to pass and adopt?
So moved, Mo?
Moved by Mo,
Second, Harmson?
second by Hamster. Roll call, please.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Salee,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Dunn.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 8B, rezoning 225 North Dubuque Road. An ordinance rezoning approximately 7 acres of property located at 2255 North Dubuque Road from Office Research Park, ORP zone, to neighborhood public P1 zone, and this is all second consideration. May I have a motion to waive? The staff also required expedited action. I just need a motion to waive the second consideration. Read that.
So moved.
No,
Oh,
you have to
I
read this.
Okay, sorry. I move that the rule requiring the ordinances must be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended, that the first consideration and vote be waived, and that the ordinance be given second consideration and vote at this time.
Second, Mo?
Okay, moved by Alter, second by Mo. Public discussion? Council discussion? Roll call, please.
Mo?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes?
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. And now I would like a motion to pass and adopt.
So moved, Mo.
Moved by Mo,
Second?
second by Alter. Roll call, please.
Salee?
Yes?
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. Now we're going to the regular formal agenda. Item 9A, water system and wastewater system change deposit and fee. Ordinance amended Title 3 entitled Finance, Taxation and Fee. Chapter 4 entitled Schedule of Fee, Rate, Charge, Bond, Fine, and Penalties. And I'm going to open the public hearing. And we have our staff run to lead us through this.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Ron Konecki, Public Works Director. In the past, the Water Division has reviewed and approved administratively the fees charged for water meters, water taps, water meter connections, and usage. And the Wastewater Division has reviewed and approved administratively the fees charged for testing services and sand load disposal. With the latest review of the fees, and to be more transparent, staff has determined these fees should be listed in the schedule of fees. These are fees that are already being charged, and this ordinance will add them to the list of fees in the city code. There is an increase in the water tap and water meter fees, but this is due to an increase in material and meter costs. And these fees were last updated in November of 2021. Thank you for your consideration.
Any question to Ron? Okay, public discussion. Anyone in the public would like to speak on this item? I don't see no one in line. Okay, I will close the public hearing. And now, may I have a motion to give first consideration?
So moved, Mo.
Seconded, Teague.
Moved by Mo, second by Teague. Council discussion. I see no one. Roll call, please.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. Item 9B, ordinance prohibited on street parking within 10 feet of a yield sign. An ordinance amended Title 9 entitled Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 4 entitled Parking Regulation, Section 1 entitled Parking Prohibit in a Specific Place by prohibiting parking within 10 feet of the yield sign. And this is the first consideration. May I have a motion to give a first consideration?
So moved, Harmson.
Second, Mo.
Moved by Harmson, second by Mo. Staff, now, I think King Swanson, yeah. Lead
Good
us
evening,
on
Mayor
this.
Pro
Thank
Tem,
you.
Council. Kent Ralston, Transportation Planner. Currently, the city code prohibits on-street parking within 10 feet of a stop sign or a traffic signal. The reason for the prohibition is, of course, so that cars parking at these locations don't interfere with the motorist visibility of said stop sign or traffic signal. And while the same principle should apply equally to yield signs, they do not currently have the same protection in the city code, so you can park within 10 feet of a yield sign currently. That said, vehicles parking beneath yield signs have recently become problematic in several locations around town, creating unsafe situations at several intersections. This ordinance will allow necessary traffic enforcement when vehicles are parking within 10 feet of a stop sign, and of course then a yield sign if the ordinance passes. And in my mind, this ordinance really just closes a gap in the current code, thereby making our intersections safer for motorists, bicycles, and pedestrians.
For the areas where this is a problem, is there any kind of like signage or communication effort or a first infraction-free kind of thing so people get trained that this is a change? Because there's probably people who've done this for years illegally and wouldn't maybe aren't listening to this meeting.
Right.
Might have better things to do tonight.
Right. We were not anticipating on any sort of public education, just because right now, currently, you cannot park within 10 feet of a stop sign. Now you wouldn't be able to park within 10 feet of a yield sign. I don't know that I think it may be common knowledge that you can't in most cases, and in fact, I think the state code requires you to not park within 10 feet of a yield sign now. The Iowa City Code doesn't. So we weren't planning on it, but I think we certainly could do some outreach and some education.
Say that again. You said it is required by the.
I think the state code,
code
already,
okay.
yes, disallows parking within 10 feet of a yield
This
sign,
just
but the
enables-
city code does not.
Okay.
Correct.
So in essence, this is just codifying what would be enforced anyway by state.
It wouldn't be enforced now because it's not in the city
okay,
code. But I
okay,
think
okay.
it's mostly
So
just
it's
sort
just
of
to-
closing a gap, and that's why
That's-
we weren't really anticipating a lot of public education.
Okay.
But it certainly wouldn't hurt.
I think it's a good idea. I'm just, people who've been doing it lawfully for a long time, just consider that.
Yeah, I do think the community service officers and police will be
Generous.
lenient. Yes, I would say for some time. So
Okay. Thank you.
thank you very much.
Public discussion. Anyone online? No one online? Anyone in the public? Okay, council discussion.
Makes sense to me.
Okay, yeah. Roll call, please.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Okay, 9C, taxi cab and pedicab regulation. An ordinance amended Title 5 entitled Business and License Regulation, Chapter 2 entitled Tax Cabs and Pedicabs, Section 2 entitled Business License to change the time period of the license term, Section 5 entitled Vehicles Requirements to remove the color scheme requirement for vehicles, and Section 10 entitled Pedicab to remove the color scheme requirement for the pedicab. This is a second consideration, but the staff is requesting expedited action. May I have a motion to waive the second consideration?
I move that the rule requiring that ordinances must be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended, that the first consideration and vote be waived, and that the ordinance be given second consideration and vote at this time.
Second, Mo.
Moved by Alter, second by Mo. Public discussion. I see no one. Council discussion.
I'm just glad that this is being cleared up so that it can make this easier for the
Fair.
taxis.
Roll call, please.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Now, motion to pass and adopt.
So moved, Mo.
Second.
Moved by Mo, second by Alter. Roll call, please.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Motion
Yes.
pass.
Oh.
Thank you, Alter. Burgess. Okay, motion passes 7-0. Item number 9D. Fiscal year 25 utility rate public hearing. An ordinance amending Title 3 entitled City Finance, Taxation and Fee, Chapter 4 entitled Schedule of Fee Rate Change, Bond, Fine and Penalties of the City Code to increase and change charges and fees. And this is, I need a motion to pass and adopt.
So moved, Mo.
Second. Alter.
Moved by Mo, second by Alter. Public discussion? Council discussion? Roll call, please.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes?
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 9E, parking and traffic engineering camera. An ordinance amended Title 9 entitled Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 11 entitled Traffic Camera, Tourist and License Plate Recognition System. Section 2 entitled Definition of to allow transportation services to use automatic license plate recognition system or device for parking purposes, and to clarify the definition of automatic traffic surveillance system or device. And this is, I need a motion to pass and adopt.
I have an amendment for this one.
I think, yeah, if you have amended.
Well, let's get the ordinance on the table.
Yeah, we need just a motion to put it on the table, right?
So moved, Mo.
Second, Alter.
Moved by Mo, second by Alter. Now, I think we can do the amendment now?
Well, you can propose it.
Yes,
Or-
unless you
Or discuss.
have discussion.
Or discussion, just in general?
Yeah, so I mean, I can just go over what I will procedurally propose after I discuss it. I think you all should see a late handout that includes, well, for Councilor Burgess and Mayor Teague, it'll be in your email. I sent the suggestions that I had relevant to our discussion at our prior council meeting for amendment. That is based on our discussion, I believe reaches the goals that majority of council agreed upon. Apologies for the late. I've been having some family issues that I've been dealing with. That's why I'm not there today. But I'm hopeful that council will consider the requests. And so just for the sake of the public and folks that are there in person, I am happy to read those amendments. So specifically with relation to the automatic license plate reader or license plate recognition systems, the text that would be amended is the same as is proposed by the city attorney, except for the following: automatic license plate recognition systems or devices installed in city parking ramps or on city parking department vehicles primarily used for parking enforcement are not included in this definition. As I detailed in that email, I'm also open, depending on the city attorney's office sensibilities, primarily through or not necessarily exclusively. I know that was a discussion from our last meeting, but I thought that the use of primarily would address that, as primarily would not generally be used for something that is exclusive. The other section relating to automatic traffic surveillance systems or devices, you'll see that there were 2 emails sent about that. There was a typo in the first one, but again, the language is consistent with the city attorney's office, except for the following: specific streets and traffic engineering division cameras installed at intersections with traffic signals or roundabouts, used primarily, though not exclusively, for traffic engineering and study, shall not be included in this definition, only by authorization by resolution passed by the Iowa City City Council. I would, if there's any discussion on that, well, I guess we would probably have to a motion to amend. So I would motion to amend the proposal based on that language.
I have basic questions about where exactly, you do signal about okay, at the automatic traffic surveillance system or device, but I'm really not sure where you want to see that inserted.
Yeah, so the language is at the end of each of those sections. So if you look at the red line document that was included at the end of each of those paragraphs, where they include language where it has the carve out that says this is not that. These are just slightly changed versions of that language that was in the red line document, more in line with what I was thinking about, and specifically not carving out broad swaths for entire camera systems. So this is towards the bottom of that, where it has detailed a paragraph where we're giving an exception.
So this is not in reference to the ordinance that's in our packet as it's written right now. This is
no. So this is an amendment to the ordinance in the packet.
That
Correct.
I do understand. I'm trying to find where in the ordinance you would have these things inserted, and you're saying at the.
So it's at the it's within here. Let me pull it up here 1 second. I can be more Specific.
Just to, I'm struggling to, I am looking at the memo from from our city attorney or city council from August 15th. Is that what you're amending? You're not amending that memo?
No, so the section where it says neither Transportation Services Department license plate recognition systems or devices nor streets and traffic engineering division cameras are included in this definition. Under the automatic traffic surveillance systems or device, that on page 2 of the proposed ordinance that's in the packet, that would be replaced with the second paragraph that I read and that is detailed in your late handout, whereas the same line, which is under the automatic license plate recognition system, neither Transportation Services Department license plate recognition systems or devices nor streets and traffic engineering division camera systems are included in this definition. That would be replaced with the first item that I read. Sorry to go backwards, that might be confusing, but that line of text is what I am proposing be amended to what is detailed in your late handout.
And how does that work? So if there is a motion on the floor already?
Well, he's moving to amend, and so there'll need to be a second, if there's a second to Counselor Dunn's motion.
So
to
before
amend.
we discuss his amendments, there needs to be a second to his amendments.
Okay, I second.
And also, Mayor Pro Tem, I know the city attorney is on
Yeah, I
Zoom
would
too,
like,
and he will.
that's what I'm asking.
Right.
Do we let the city attorney first talk to us about the amendment he made? And after, that's what I was trying to do it that way.
Sure.
So maybe
now that we
can,
have a second, sure.
Yeah, can we give a chance to the city attorney to talk about this, please?
Sure. Can you folks hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, excellent. Well, per your discussion on your August 6th meeting, I prepared on August 7th what I perceived to be the council's will for, I should say, Councilor Dunn's will for a motion to amend, and then sent that around. Based on the communication we received today, it sounds like Councilor Dunn would like to alter that language that I had prepared somewhat, and has now moved that the ordinance amendment be amended in the way that he described. I'm afraid we don't have a fully clean version, to my knowledge, of what he's proposing, but I believe if you look at the email that he sent to council, I believe at 3:28 p.m. today, as modified in an email sent at 3:33 p.m. today, you can see the language that he's advancing to alter or amend the original ordinance amendment that has passed for 2 readings. The 2 things I would comment on thus far are as follows. One, in the description of the automatic license plate recognition systems, Councilor Dunn used language primarily used for parking enforcement, and then indicated that primarily, though not necessarily exclusively, would be fine with him too. I think the first version, primarily used for parking enforcement, is fine. I think that primarily makes it clear that it's, at least 51% of its use is for traffic enforcement. So I think though not necessarily exclusively, is implied. But if we use that language, we would want to mirror that language with the specific streets and traffic engineering division cameras below. At present, as I understand it, he offers language that includes the phrase used primarily, though not exclusively, for traffic engineering and study. I would suggest that we just use the language used primarily for traffic engineering and says traffic engineering and study.
I'm happy
yes,
to support
sorry.
that.
Yeah, okay, great. The second thing I would note is that I believe that all of the changes, including the ones that came via email this afternoon, would be non-substantive, and thus council could move forward with the 3rd reading with one exception, and that's the last sentence under the traffic camera definition, and that's the reference to only by authorization by a resolution passed by the Iowa City Council. I believe that would be a substantive change if this council were to adopt that. I think you would need to move forward with the first reading today and then have 2 subsequent readings in order to finally adopt and pass that change.
Can you kind of detail as to why it's a substantive change?
Sure. The first reason is that it adds an additional step for council approval. The original amendment that was put forth just basically described all traffic engineering cameras. And at this point, if council were to adopt this as Councilor Dunn has offered this amendment, there would be no cameras exempted at this moment because there has been no resolution approved by council detailing the intersections and roundabouts upon which traffic cameras could be used. I'm not suggesting that I've got any reason to believe that council wouldn't at some later date adopt every intersection, but I don't know that. And because of that additional requirement and the lack of certainty that all traffic engineering cameras would in fact be listed in such a resolution, I think that would have to be considered a substantive change.
Okay, I think that makes sense. I'd be willing to strike that last line, not the last line, but that substantive change from the proposed amendment. So it would read something to the effect of, the intersections are excluded, but keeping the non-system-wide language and the primarily used language.
Why don't I read through it as I understand you are now proposing it, just so we're all on the same page. I think it would read, and please correct me if I'm wrong because this is ultimately your motion, specific streets and traffic engineering division cameras installed at intersections with traffic signals or roundabouts used primarily for traffic engineering and study shall not be included in this definition, period.
Correct.
Eric, this is Megan. Does this change any of the intent? This still I'm circling all the way back to sort of the
ordinance amendment put forth.
Yes, to the 30,000 foot. The intention of this is to allow the police, when there has been a crime committed, to be able to access footage from traffic cameras, from parking and traffic cameras to help aid their investigations.
Yes, to lend clarity to what has otherwise been a bit ambiguous
in terms of
language at present.
Okay.
Yes, this would make it clear that would be permissible.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know. Can you just tell us what direction we should go on this?
Procedurally, I think.
Do we proceed with the motion to?
Well, I think maybe a friendly amendment. Well, I'll let the city attorney chime in then.
Well, yes, I would first want to hear that Councilor Dunn is okay with the friendly amendment. I think I understood him to confirm that was all right. I would want to also get confirmation from the second. I can't recall. I think maybe Mayor Pro Tem made the second that's okay with her.
Yes.
I see you're nodding your head. And then finally, I would think that we would want to invite public comment at this point.
Okay. Now, public discussion. Okay. No public discussion. Council discussion.
Just want to make sure before I vote on this, I'm crystal clear because I'm obviously trying to digest this on, just in the last, since 3:30 this afternoon and then incorporate that new thing. So I'm looking at the ordinance that's proposed in our packet just to make sure everybody knows what I'm looking at. I'm looking at Section 1 amendment, the paragraph that starts off with the all in bold automatic license plate recognition system. At the bottom of that paragraph, the proposed changes that came to us from city staff are underlined. and they read, neither Transportation Services Department license plate recognition systems or devices, nor Streets and Traffic Engineering Division camera systems are included in this definition. If I, just making sure I'm understanding, Councilor Dunn is saying, remove that part, correct? And then replace that with specific Streets and Traffic Engineering Division camera systems installed at intersections with traffic signals or roundabouts used primarily, though not exclusively, for traffic engineering and study shall not be included in this definition, period. Am I understanding that we're swapping out those two things? And then same thing, swapping out similarly in the following paragraph that begins automatic traffic surveillance system or device. Is that, have I got that right?
Correct.
Yes,
Correct.
there were a few changes within, excuse me, that Eric had suggested of after used primarily, strike though not exclusively.
Right, if I may, Council, I think it's probably best thought of in a couple of steps. One was the version that has passed 2 readings. That's with the underlying language that begins with neither Transportation Services Department license plate, et cetera, but then I proposed, following last council discussion on behalf of Councilor Dunn, some language that changed it instead from saying neither Transportation Services Department to just start with automatic license plate recognition systems or devices, et cetera. And that has further been amended as part of his motion to amend this evening by Councilor Dunn in the way that I read earlier, such that the automatic license plate recognition system language that we were changing would now read automatic license plate recognition systems or devices installed in city parking ramps or on city parking department vehicles primarily used for parking enforcement are not included in this definition, period. That would be the only change to the definition of automatic license plate recognition systems. The second part of the ordinance amendment, as originally proposed, included language that we were adding that read neither Transportation Systems Department license, et cetera, would now read instead specific Streets and Traffic Engineering Division cameras installed at intersections with traffic signals or roundabouts used primarily for traffic engineering and study shall not be included in this definition, period. And those are both new additions, that is language that would just be added on to the end of that definition of automatic traffic surveillance system or device.
Thank you for that clarification. I have another question, but I've been monopolizing time. Did somebody else want to jump in?
This is more of a procedural question. We have an option to pass the ordinance as it has already been passed in 2 meetings. We have an option to pass an ordinance with an amendment as presented by our city staff, or we have an option to pass this with amendments by Councilor Dunn. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we are only talking about the amendments presented by Councilor Dunn right now, just to be real crystal clear on where we're at.
Well,
there's 3.
To be clear, right now there are only 2 options. There is the original version that you passed for 2 readings, or the, I'll say, final version from Councilor Dunn. The version that I proposed
has not received
was
a motion yet.
Intended to be from Councilor Dunn, but Councilor Dunn amended it before he made his motion to amend. So that version is not on the table unless someone else wishes to move and second it after the decision on this motion to amend.
Thank you.
So then my last question then, and this comes to mind in our discussion, just want to be crystal clear. I know, and this was brought to my mind just here a few days ago, we had a member of our community, an older member of our community, and a search was initiated out of concern for their health and safety. And I'm guessing that in a situation, that would be one of the situations, although I know city staff hasn't had time to prep for this question, but that would be something that law enforcement and other public safety would use cameras if they had an idea of where this person might have been to try and find them. I want to make sure, I bring that up because that made it in the forefront of my mind again. Want to make sure that for public safety reasons and criminal investigations, that underneath the policies that our city manager's office already has in place, that we will retain that ability, because I just think those are critical public safety considerations. So, City Attorney, is that will Counselor Dunn's amendment leave those public safety functions in place?
Those functions would be in place either under the version that has passed 2 readings or under Counselor Dunn's version.
I think the city manager was going to speak, and I may have interrupted. I'm sorry.
No, I agree with the city attorney.
And I'm struggling to understand the difference between the amendment crafted by our attorney versus the one crafted by Counselor Dunn. What's the difference?
Yes.
What's the effect that you're trying to make?
So if you recall from our conversation, the really big thing that I wanted to avoid was excluding entire camera systems. This excludes cameras used for a specific purpose in a specific way, primarily, but it does not exclude every single camera that is operated by, the Traffic Services Department. I believe that functionally it has the same effect as is desired by staff. I think that is demonstrated by the responses from the city attorney and the city manager, but it does not exclude an entire system. And that is what, the 4 counselors, at our last meeting indicated that people were comfortable with doing, so long as the law enforcement functions, as Councilor Harmson, so aptly indicated, were preserved, which is the intent of the amendment.
We have a motion now on the floor. If there is no more discussion,
On the amendment?
we have a first and second
On the amendment.
On the
on
amendment.
the amendment that provided by Council Dunn. Yeah.
Mo,
Yes.
Salee,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Dunn,
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Okay, and what else we do then now? We have another motion, right, in the floor also. The first one that to adopt.
But it's moot, so.
Okay, now.
Well, hold on. So we passed the motion to amend the ordinance, but I think you still need to have the third and final reading. I think that motion is already on the table.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so I'm following.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We have a motion. We have a second. Public discussion. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Salee,
No.
Teague,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
No.
Dunn,
No.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-3. Yes, 4-3. Then, yeah, I guess, can I have a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved, Mo.
Second. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Moved by Mo, second by Alter. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against, same sign. Okay. Motion passes 7-7. Yeah. 7-0. All right. That was weird. Okay. Item 9F, adopting tax increment financial policy. Resolution adopting City of Iowa City tax increment finance TIF policy. And yes, this is, I would like to have a motion.
So moved.
Okay. Moved by
Second, Mo.
Alter. Second by Mo. And now we have Rachel to address us, or if you have any comment. I think we spoke about this many times, and you presented last time all the changes that had been made, and I encourage the council to vote on this if you don't have any another discussion. So I will open it for the public discussion. Then now council discussion.
Did we do a motion in a second?
Yeah.
Counselor
Right? Sorry. Yes, we
Alter
did.
moved and I seconded.
sorry. Yes, we did.
And we did public comment. And I just say that the policy that you guys have before you just really modifies the sustainability section. I think we've maintained very clear signals, our strong commitment to climate action, but added flexibility for staff to have some judgment calls. I think we have gotten a good place there, and then we added a small portion to be very, very clear about this is the policy, not actually the agreement language that would be ironed out during that agreement, and every single TIF agreement would come before council for approval.
Two things that I was struck by. One was that I really liked that clarifying language, and I cannot remember whether it was specific in that or if it was in the climate sustainability. I believe it was in the climate action piece, but about having to demonstrate over time. I mean, the climate action needs to be sustainable, and then that's an expectation. So I appreciated that language as well in the climate action, because part of it.
The climate action section too, I think, got more robust to acknowledge the growing number of TIF projects that we are doing that are small things that are really meaningful. Putting in LED lights, maybe having a high efficiency air compressor. There's all kinds of really positive things we're doing in the vein of climate action that aren't exactly 21 South Lynn Street. Like there's a lot of cool stuff we're doing that's not just this pretty special once every 5 or 10 years kinds of projects. So I think we're at a much better place today than we were before.
Thank you for all the work that the Economic Committee and staff put into this and the revisions.
Thanks.
I echo that, yeah. Any another discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Teague,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Dunn,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Salee.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. And we are in our last item. Item number 10, announce of vacant previous. Announce of vacant previous by Public Art Advisory Committee. 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term upon appointed December 1st, 2026. Appointment must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, September 10, 2024. Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, 1 vacant to fill a 5-year term, January 1st, 2024, December 31st, 2028. Airport Zoning Commission, 1 vacant to fill 6-year term from January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2029. Board of Appeals, 1 vacancy to fill unexpired term upon appointment December 31st to 2028. Historic Preservation Commission, and this is Jefferson Street. 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term from January 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2025 for an unexpired term. So, Historic Preservation Commission, Woodlawn Avenue, 1 vacant to fill an unexpired term, plus a 3-year term upon appointed from January 30th, 2027. And I guess vacancies will remain open until filled. Now, the item number 11, City Council informations.
Just wanted to send a great big welcome back to all of the University of Iowa students who start class on Monday. And a big, happy new school year to all of the students and teachers in the Iowa City School District and other schools in town that start on Friday. And good luck to all of the parents with all of the running and moving and last-minute school shopping and everything else. Exciting time of year.
I'd just like to say that last week I had a chance to go to Pennsylvania and look at a train. We are currently studying an option to do a thing called pop-up metro, which is very interesting. It would be a use of the Krandic line. There's also an ongoing study being conducted by the MPO that's mostly done or done for bus rapid transit using that same train line as a dedicated bus line. And there's also a previous train study. So I think in the very near future, we'll have three really interesting regional transportation things to consider. And it's my goal to write up some notes for council on that trip to Pennsylvania. Very, very cool looking train, and it's quiet, and I got to drive it.
Nice.
Councillor Moe and I also attended the Iowa City Farmers Market for a listening post last Saturday. That was great. It was great to hear from folks about a variety of issues, including plenty of road issues. So we've, Councillor Moe has been in contact, and I've been CC'd on those emails, so I don't want to say, credit where credit is not due, but we're following up with those as a city entity and trying to figure out some things there. But as always, it's a great time. KCRG actually came down and sniped me for an interview about the tobacco ordinance. So more information is going out about that.
Well, I want to say thanks to Mayor Pro Tem for presiding over the meeting today. Thank you so much. And for all you've done over the past while I've been busy attending to a few other things and representing the city at different places. I wanted to mention that this weekend on Saturday, 12:30 to 8:30 is the Latino Fest. So I encourage everybody to come down to the Ped Mall in the South District. We have from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. back to school. This is a kind of a partnership with the Black Voices Project, and I know our police department to kind of give some back to school bags to students that need it. And then as we did here, the Housing Trust Fund of Johnson County is celebrating their 20th year, and that is going to be Wednesday, the 28th, 5 p.m. to 6:30. And they do such great work and really appreciate all that they do. And then, of course, next weekend will be the first home football game, so definitely plan your routes.
It seems like everybody's sort of reactivating, because I actually have some notes from the Better Together 2030 board. They have been very assiduous in looking at 5 different pillars that are important through the city or through the county and the region. Number 1 is actually there's an initiative they have gotten behind passing the conservation bond that will be coming up in November through the county, and they have raised almost all the money they want to begin their advocacy and education campaign for this. But one of the things that they wanted to remind is that the first $20 million of the last bond that they did supported 15 different projects throughout the area, including a number of all of the trails that are around here, particularly connecting out into Coralville. So anyway, that was one pillar that they are working on. Another, pillars 2, 3, and 4, they're really looking at strategic investment districts, identifying places throughout the county where they can really lend their strength and their advocacy and their expertise to emerging commercial markets and to emerging commercial markets and merging it with affordable housing. They're going to have them identified by September, and they are across Johnson County. But they also believe in working, not having to work from scratch, and so their model is Invest Des Moines. And so it seems like there can be some really exciting and interesting possibilities. They've also been doing some really great business supports in the IT, legal, and HR kind of arenas to help with walk-ins from entrepreneurs and small businesses. And additionally, they're connecting these entrepreneurs and small business owners to grant opportunities that they are putting out. There's $425,000 in grants available to underestimated business community. So that's, as I find out more, I will let you all know. They're continuing their work on broadband infrastructure and childcare. There is kind of a discussion and conversation combined at the Public Library September 17th from 5 to 6:30. Lori Nash is going to provide an overview, and then there will be a panel discussing sort of the needs that they see in the city, or in the region. And my gosh, I have tons of notes, but I think I've hit the high points. And if I have missed them, my apologies, Katie.
Any another counselor? Okay, city manager report
Not tonight, thank you.
and city attorney office report.
No.
City clerk.
I do not have anything.
Okay, that was easy. And now it's time to adjourn.
No, it's just knocking on wood.
Oh, I thought maybe you have something to
Nope.
say
No, ma'am.
before we.
Move.
I need a motion to adjourn, please.
So moved, Mo.
Moved by Mo,
Second, Teague.
second by Tick, and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Are we gonna,
We adjourn.
go straight back into the work session?
Yes, we're gonna go. If you need 5 minutes, it's 7 o'clock. If you need 5 minutes, you can go and do so.
That would be
Let's do
Otherwise,
5.
okay, 5. We'll come back in 5 minutes.
Ruby. off its previous.
Yes, I see everyone here.
Microphones are on.
Okay, we are back to our work session. And we're in item downtown parking. Okay, we're gonna continue the discussion.
Do we have our friends online, all of them?
Yes, we have everyone.
I'm here.
Just kind of putting us back, I think where we left off was we were sort of seeing if there was enough feeling among enough members of council to give staff a direction for when they come back to us, combining this with the
Nighttime pass.
the nighttime pass stuff. Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
Is there everybody else remembers where we left off?
Yes, correct.
and we was trying to see who is supporting $2 or $2.25. I think, I guess like, just hearing from the woman who was talking here early, and she wasn't even know that we were talking about the parking. So that's really moved me. And she talked about like paying for people. I really encourage the council to do it, and whoever support to go back to do it $2. Because this is reasonable. Maybe we wait next year or the year after that, and we can revisit it again for 50 or 25 cents. But I really encourage you after we just heard this woman talking about the parking.
One of the things that that came to my mind when I heard her talking about the parking, and one, I want to say thanks to her for doing that kind deed for individuals. And it goes back to something I mentioned earlier. Are there other programs that we could think about that the business owners would be amenable to? One of the reasons we have 1 hour parking on the street is to kind of have people moving around, not staying downtown long. The limit is 1 hour. They have to leave, in theory, after 1 hour. And so, Mayor Pro Tem, I heard you talk about the person that wants to stop and get a coffee. Certainly, I do understand that. I wonder if there are opportunities for a reimbursement type of program that, essentially does like that parking stamp that was back in the day. And that was an initiative to get people to come downtown to, patronize the businesses. So I don't know what opportunities are out there, if it's something that can be used with the street parking meters, or if there is a less labor-intensive way for the business owners to kind of reimburse people when they show that they are parked on the street, and then there's a reimbursement on the back end from the city. When I say that, I hear administrative burden, but potentially there could be a win-win opportunity, because when we were talking about the utility tax, that is a tax that will be, maybe in the minds of some as regressive, and certainly we know that it will be paid by some individuals that, really, could use the money staying in their pocket. So I think before I would just ask us to consider maybe throwing this back to staff and to the downtown district to navigate with some of the business owners what other opportunities are there. But if people are thinking that we're beyond that point, I do understand that. I did hear about accessibility. Do we have enough accessible parking on the street? Maybe, we had a lot of conversations surrounding data. I think data is necessary. We're becoming more and more of a data-driven city. And if we're finding that the accessible parking is always occupied, then we should probably consider having more spaces for those that have accessible needs downtown.
I would echo the comments of the mayor. I think I'd like to see more comments or more communication between the downtown district, business owners, our city staff, as well as individuals to, see what other things that we can do to mitigate this. I think at this point I've made my feelings overall very clear. I'm not interested in going below $3, but if the will of the council is to reduce, I would support $2.25.
I'm supportive of $2.25.
I support $2.
I could be supportive. I am mindful of something that you mentioned, where if nobody's happy, then we've been successful.
Reached a compromise. No one's happy.
I can support. I mean, I was the one leading the charge for $2, along with Mayor Pro Tem, because that is staff recommendation. However, I understand the other points as well. I would be willing to say split the difference and go at $2.25. Then that way, if we needed to look at a rate increase, it would be, again, at essentially it could be 75-cent increments. So that's cart before the horse, but I feel like that does help assuage some of what the downtown district has been experiencing. And at the same time, I believe that our city is going to be very well served by being data-driven. But I do want to keep in mind, as Councilor Harmsen said, qualitative data is data also. And we are a city made up of people. And so at a certain point, numbers aren't going to be convincing. So I think that we need to take these things in hand and sort of look at how do we merge and mesh those two things. And so I think that this is a way to recognize that, yes, we want to build revenue through our enterprise fund so that it goes back. And again, by going back, as we've been talking about, this is still an increase from what it was before July. So I would be willing to support $2.25.
I think we have clear direction.
Yeah. So yeah, I could support either 2 or 2.25.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess just for the record, I can certainly support 225. I do think if we say we move too fast on this before, in a work session right now, we're also, giving staff direction, which is our role, and I'm comfortable with the 225. But I would also say, we don't know what that 25-cent means if we're talking about the utility tax. Maybe staff will just take that into account. And then we may be looking at this again, when we are debating about should we have the utility tax or not, then we're going to be going up, another quarter. So I think if we're going to deal with this, we may want to, as I would say, begin with the end in mind at this juncture and just pause for a minute and allow staff to go and have some conversations. But again, look at what does that 25-cent mean in relationship to the entire budget that we were hoping for the free fare, essentially. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Yeah, and if the 25-cent is not like a lot of money, we make it 2. So it's not going to make difference. Anyway, you have clear direction, Jeff, right? Okay. We're going to move back to number 6, tobacco moratorium discussion. And Eric will, our city attorney Eric will lead us on that.
Thank you, members. Can you still hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Excellent. So hopefully you've all received the memo that I drafted from August 15th, in which, per your request, the city clerk and I laid out the questions we would have for council in order to move forward with bringing you modified ordinance amendments. To be clear, you have from the last packet, that is an information packet for your August 6th meeting, 3 draft ordinances. Please consider them draft ordinances. They are subject to change depending on the input you provide this evening. And so I'm interested in your thoughts. I will also add that Susan Villena is present. You may recall she's our Johnson County public health educator. I am uncertain whether Becky Connolly, who's a prevention specialist with Community and Family Resources, is present. She was here earlier in the evening, but I'm not sure she's rejoined.
No, not at the moment, and she's not
She's not
online
here now.
either.
Okay. Maybe she'll be able to join us, maybe not. I guess we'll see. She was probably here for more comments on the Kratom discussion, which I have last in my memo in any event. So maybe she'll be able to join us by the time we get there. So if it's okay with you, I'll go through in the order in which I listed them in my memo, which starts with the permit cap. As I mentioned, we presently have 62 issued permits within city corporate limits. Would you like to see the cap somewhere below 62 and then allow for grandfathering and attrition? Would you like to keep it at 62, or would you like to move it someplace above 62? And before you begin, I can't remember, Kelly, do we have the ability to put that up on the screen so that they can kind of follow, or at least the members of the public can kind of follow along?
That would be good.
Before we, for me anyway, and certainly if other council members do not agree, before we get into parsing out all of these different, very good, and thank you, by the way, for coming up with these questions. It's really, for me, it was really illuminating to understanding what it would take to make this happen. But as we take a look specifically about the tobacco stuff, as I understand it, we have two different things, really approaches. We could do one, other, or both. One is the permit cap, and the other is the zoning. I know as I sit here, and as I've kind of looked at this sort of at the higher level view, before we spend a lot of time debating all these details on the permit cap, I'm just going to throw out there, and maybe if the majority of the council agrees with me, I'm not sure the permit cap is going to have the bang for the buck that the zoning would. And so for me, as I went through all of this material and reflected upon it, where as much as I would love, if I try to think about what's the stated goal, and for how much, would we really get there, I think to me the zoning is more elegant and keeps, the setbacks away from schools, is going to be a much more effective in terms of cost benefit to everything it would take to make the permit cap. So if the majority of the council thinks we need to parse through the permit cap stuff, I'm happy to do that, but I also don't want to spend an hour and a half doing that and then realize that four of us aren't really as into that as we are with the zoning. Again, if I thought that the permit cap would do all the things that, like, originally I thought that was the way to go, and would accomplish the things, I just, on the record, I'm not a tobacco, not something I use, not something I support. I've watched people close to me die of smoking-related cancers, and so from that perspective, I'm not supportive of, in general, the sale, but also in terms of what it would take to, whether this would actually, how much this would move the needle, how much effort it would be to get a very small payoff. I'm just not seeing that as, I'm not as convinced anymore that that's going to be the most effective way forward. The zoning, the setbacks, currently think that's more effective. So I'll throw that out there, and see kind of where everybody's sort of maybe falling on that. And then if there's enough of us that want to pursue the cap, we should totally dig into that.
I appreciate also this list of questions. I think, the devil is in the details comes to mind when we start looking through how would we actually execute the caps and what kinds of indirect or unintended consequences we might get. Really got me concerned that we wouldn't affect the change we want to change, but then also there's a real possibility that if we get too aggressive, we might have people in Des Moines who don't want us to do this. And this is something that I don't know, the permit cap to me seems like the thing that is least valuable, I think, when I look, and I would say there's three things, not just two. There's zoning separation from other retailers, zoning separation from vulnerable populations, and then permit cap. So yeah, it's kind of like part A, part 2A, and 2B. I feel like also the zoning mechanism is probably going to give us the most bang for our buck. I also think that we've had a lot of conversations about this, and I want to act, and I'm hungry to act, and I feel like that's the one that we can just send it to P&Z, say make these things and do it now. Some of these permit cap things I feel like are going to drag it down even longer.
I share that sentiment personally. especially about the unintended consequences. I don't know how to understand truly, what the consequences or long-term potential consequences, I should say, of the permit cap would be at this time. So I think it's something that interests me. I'm interested in learning more and trying to understand in other places, and maybe that's something that we pursue in the future should council decide that. But at this time, I agree with both Councilors Moe and Harmson.
I think that zoning, what I appreciate was that we had time to sit with this. I want to act. I want to see what's going to be most expedient and most effective. And the more I sat with all of the options, I was very mindful of some of the things that came up about possibly, people holding on to licenses, that we could possibly be driving up demand. What do we do if a supermarket or a gas station wants to come in on the west side or the far east side or the north side? Is there an exception made, or do we say no? And they say, wow, that's not going to be helpful for us by I-80, right? So I'm very much in agreement about we don't necessarily know what the implications of these are. And I think that we can make this, zoning can do what we need it to do, right? I also think we've talked about it a little bit, some counselors and I mean, ultimately, I think that capping this, and I realize this is to say, yes, I'm in favor of zoning, but one of the consequences too is, again, there's not just optics, but actually what kind of regulation are we doing? And that this is, we all know smoking kills. Smoking is dangerous. It is something that is addictive. And yet, is it on us to regulate that to the extent that it becomes potentially an equity issue? Class, location, age. It appears much more like a value judgment from the city rather than a health concern. And I realize that may not come out very subtly, but I do think that's something that we need to think of too. So at any rate, I'm in favor of zoning to do the work for us.
Okay, well, I've heard 4 council members, if I'm understanding correctly, who've indicated they are not interested in moving forward with the permit cap. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right, well then let's skip those questions and move on to the zoning questions. Those are quite a bit smaller in number. Does council wish to have separation distance both between applicants and other retailers and with school property? This is kind of the 2A and 2B to which Councilor Moe referred earlier.
And I'll just elaborate on what I said. I have this feeling that our stated goal should be keeping people from starting smoking, specifically young people, specifically people who are underage. And we know that there's been an increase of tobacco retailers and vape shops very close to where we have large numbers of young people. Like, it's very clear they're targeting that population. So separation from schools, including the University of Iowa, which has a large number of underage students, is, to me, the best bang for our buck and the cleanest to execute. We can just draw lines around university and schools and say, not here. I think that I'm less supportive, but I'd like to hear fellow councilors' comments about separation from one another. I think the separation from one another is, it's legal. We're doing it with alcohol permits, but it does create an indirect consequence of creating sort of long-term long-term alcohol locations. Like, you get that spot and you sort of stake your claim and you never give that up. And I feel like the separation from one another sort of encourages that. So separating from schools, vulnerable populations, is the thing that I'm very much interested in doing, and will certainly support the second one. I'm curious if everyone has similar feelings.
If I can interject quickly, Ms. Grace has been kind enough to load up the map. I suspect that that's why she's at the podium, although I can't see what's being presented. If council is going to consider just going with the 500-foot separation distance from school property, Ms. Grace will be able to show you what that looks like, just for your consideration.
I know the one thing as we talk about the two, and I'm in complete agreement with the educational facilities, the schools and so on. To me, that's pretty clear. The one thing I wonder about the separation from each other, and obviously, is to avoid, now that we've got, we want to make do we want to have the potential for clustering of anything, like in a particular area, and would that possibly affect, just what that might mean, which areas might be more susceptible to that. I mean, we look at the map, we see, the major highways, Highway 6, going out to, you can count where all those little green dots are, because those are the gas stations, right? And I get that, and whatever. But there's also, so that's just, that's the one thing I don't have like I'm not as firm on that as I am about the educational things, but I just wonder if anybody else had thoughts about whether or not it's worth pursuing the setbacks from each other because of, as, let's say, a new place develops, as somebody mentioned, do we want a cluster to develop? And anyway, anybody else have thoughts on that?
I think I've gone back and forth on this one. I've really appreciated my conversations on this issue with Councillor Moe. It's certainly changed my perspective and the ways that I think about this. But I really think that for me, I could go either way, either with the setbacks from the individual businesses, but absolutely, of course, inclusive of the educational institutions. That's no question. But I could go with or without it, to be honest. I'd support it if we did it, but it's a tough issue to grapple with.
I'd be in favor of keeping both the distance from educational institutions as well as distances from each other because of that clustering potential that Councillor Harmson mentioned. I think, some of why we were looking at this was the proliferation of the vape shops in certain areas, right? Like very close together downtown, for example. And I think it could be encouraging, clustering that we would otherwise want to avoid that just happens to be still 500 feet from a school.
And actually, I haven't really teased through my ideas, but I'm thinking, I'm tending to think that actually keeping both makes sense because of the clustering, and I'm mindful of actually in the South District, there's a proliferation or plans to, there's one in Iowa City Marketplace, there's been another one that cropped up right across the street from Casey's, which is only a block away from, I can't remember what the name of it is. But anyway, but I'm also reminded of kind of days past where the same thing happened with alcohol stores. There's, at one point, there was like 5 liquor stores within a 3-block radius in the South District. So for that reason, it's like it does happen, and retail space is cheaper out there, and they will, if you build it, they will buy. So I think I'm more in favor of keeping the
both.
Yeah.
So I can certainly support the distance from the educational, and thank you, Councilor Harmson, for kind of leading us down this narrowing the discussion down, because I do think zoning is probably the better path, because looking at the permits, I think would have some unintended consequences. Although, as Councilor Dunn, mentioned that, I mean, it would take a lot of work to fully understand, what the effects would be. Mm-hmm. The only thing that I would say is when we're talking about separation between businesses, again, we have that little element of, business coming to monopolize within a community. And so I just haven't thought through that well enough to make a comment at this moment. Because if you only have one, close to the neighborhood and depending on the distance and the reality of other another place where it would make sense for a business to open, it could be a mile down the road. So I just haven't thought through that one to make to comment on that right now. But I just wanted to mention that I am supportive of the distance from a school zoning.
I agree too. Okay, any another discussion on this item?
So let me make sure I understand. So what I'm hearing is a consensus of counselors who would like to lose the distance separation between retailers, but would like to preserve the 500-foot separation with schools and university property, or did I misunderstand?
I'm not sure. I'm certain, to be honest. I'm not certain.
I have
we
my
are.
scorecard here, and I'm kind of confused too.
I think the school separation.
Everybody's on board with school
Unity is
separation.
Just so everyone knows, the map that I have up is without the 500-foot buffer between retailers.
It's
This is
just
only the school
schools.
buffer.
Could you throw the, please? Thank you.
For the sake of my support, you can put me in the line of supporting with the separation between retailers.
It doesn't look like we have a few that overlap now currently, but a lot of them are close to that 500. Like they're not. I don't know.
This is 500 before. This is the school.
And mostly where we have the clusters, it looks like gas stations probably, right? The green.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Mix. I mean, that's
yeah.
Ivy and Casey.
That's true. That's true.
And again, our buffer around the university property is not perfect at this point, so I'd rely more on the orange shading than the brown lines around it.
Because sites will be grandfathered in, and we're really talking about new sites. For that reason, I'd still be okay keeping the buffer between, the locations. But again, I could be persuaded elsewise, perhaps, if there's a good argument.
Okay. Well, at this point, I think I've heard a majority of you folks say you would like to have both 500-foot buffers. Does that seem right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I'm saying yes for myself. But
Yes for Harmson.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Then we'll move on to the next question, which is, does the remainder of the ordinance that I drafted for your consideration, including the 60-day grandfather rights retention period, meet with your approval?
Yes. It does for me.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, and that parallels sort of how we do it already with the alcohol permits. Is that correct?
Well, it differs a little bit. Okay. It's a year for alcohol.
Right.
But otherwise, the principle is applied insofar as how it works. It's just the time is different.
Yeah, I should have been clear. That's what I meant. But yes, thank you for clarifying.
Okay. No other questions or discussion about the zoning law?
Yeah.
Can you clarify again the time frame?
The what? I'm sorry?
The time frame of when someone would lose their license if they close.
Well, yes. So again, as a reminder, unlike alcohol licenses, every tobacco permit runs, or I should say expires on June 30th and needs to be renewed, before July 1st in order to continue with sales. So I've used in this draft ordinance 60 days in two different ways. One is that once you stop using it, or that, let me see if I can pull up the right section. I guess this would be the 7th section of the ordinance for non-conforming tobacco sales uses. I think that's what you're referring to, Mayor. And I'll just read that language briefly. Any tobacco sales-oriented uses as defined in this title that was legally established prior to the effective date hereof and that is non-conforming with regard to separation distances required under this title may continue unless any of the following conditions occur. If any of these conditions occur, then non-conforming rights cease and the use must convert to a conforming use. First is the tobacco permit is revoked. And by that, I mean they've sold to minors too many times. And so their permit is revoked for that reason. The second is a tobacco permit lapses or is discontinued for a period of 60 days or more. The third is tobacco sales-oriented use ceases for a period of 60 days or more. That is, even if they maintain their permit, if they don't sell tobacco for at least 60 days, then they will lose their permit. For example, there's one defunct Come and Go location at Mormon Truck in Benton that has maintained their tobacco permit but has been closed for months. If they were to go 60 days, and I'm sure they already, well, I'm confident they already have, they would lose their ability to be a non-conforming location there. I would have to check to see whether they are, in fact, a non-conforming location, but I think so, because I think they're close enough to both Hardig Drug and Fairway over there. That's just one example. Finally, there's been a change of use as defined in another code section. That is, instead of becoming a tobacco use, they open up as a clothing store. Okay, well, 60 days don't need to pass. As soon as they open as a clothing store, their use has changed and they would lose grandfathering rights immediately.
Yeah, makes sense. Quick question about how you envision drafting this, again, Part 2A, Part 2B ordinance. Would they be two standalone ordinances so that if one piece of it wasn't working, it would be easy to, it's severable, I guess, or if it was challenged?
Well, right now, I'm just reviewing it quickly. It is both, they are both contained in Part 6 of this amendment, I believe. Let me just confirm that that's correct. Yes, I believe so. So they're both in the same ordinance. That's not, I'm sorry, the same code section. And so they could certainly change. If your question is, would it be severable in the event that one is challenged and one is not, for example, I guess I don't see why the whole thing would be stricken, although that's hard to predict.
Yeah, well, do your best to make it work.
One thing I would say as far as like that 60-day, it would be better if we did have separate resolutions, only because I am having a little trouble with that 60-day. I really do believe that if it was maybe a year, I can support it. Again, we have small business owners that, may go through a mental health challenge and they have a lapse in a permit, or maybe their staffing is totally out of control and they're trying to, pull them in, which maybe I'm not going to go so far and give support for someone that's selling to a minor. Now that, it should be a no-no. But someone to lose that element of their business because of whatever their situation is, that doesn't sit well with me. And when we're talking about if a person ceases to use their permit for 60 days or more, Mormon Track and the Highway 1 or 6, where that McDonald's is being renovated, well, that McDonald's, let's say that they were selling, tobacco products, which they're not. Well, they're probably right at 45, maybe a little more, closer to 60 days of not being in operation. Construction, remodel, we know that things take longer. I personally have had, buildings where, what might have had someone else, renovate a building in a year. 3 months. It took me a year. So, and other people are like that. The money's aren't there. They don't have the resources. And so this to me, that 60-day, I have issues with that. If it was a 1 year, 365 days, I could support it.
Out of curiosity, now, because people currently have to renew tobacco licenses in order to sell tobacco, what is they're all still on the same cycle, is that correct?
Correct.
When do they have to renew?
So we initially send out like a first renewal notice on April 1st, and then we send out a reminder notice on May 1st, and then we email mid to end of May if we haven't gotten their paperwork, and the deadline is May 30th.
Okay, and then that new license currently goes into effect June 1st, right?
July 1st.
July 1st.
So
I'm
we
sorry,
do that
July
ahead of time so that we can hit the June meetings for council
Sure.
approval.
Of course, that makes sense. I remember you saying that now.
Yep.
What happens currently to tobacco people, vendors, who fail to get through that process? Can they sell tobacco on July 2nd?
No.
So, I mean, there's already an immediate, they're breaking city ordinance. I mean, that's what our current standard is.
It's a state permit, so.
But, if they were to be selling tobacco on July 1st or 2nd, they would be in violation of the law.
Correct.
So, I mean, so there's already sort of that, like, immediate consequence. Now, how often does it happen where somebody does miss all of that and then we have to come back? I just don't remember if we've done that, like, in July. Like,
We've had stragglers,
Have we? Okay.
but they typically go on a July meeting.
But I guess what I'm getting at, again, I'm very, very well taken comments from Mayor Teague, especially on the remodeling scenario, which, again, that probably would be unfair if, they had a remodel, they thought they'd be done in a month, and it's now 3 months later, where we all know here at the city what it's like when projects don't finish as fast as we would like. So I'd hate to throw rocks from that glass house. But at the same time, I'm just wondering, too, like, how much of an issue is that, because there's already a process. I mean, so I'm just curious, like, what is our current situation?
Sure.
And so, do we have very often? You said a few stragglers, but they straggle, but then they're here within a month or within 60 days.
Right. Well, I mean, typically we have that one July meeting, and I mean, most of them will make it for that meeting. I don't recall that we've ever had anybody have to wait till August.
Okay.
Again, because they can't sell starting July 1, so that typically gets them in here.
You would think, yeah.
I can just interject. So again, there are two different ways that 60-day period comes up. One is the tobacco permit lapses or is discontinued for a period of 60 days. Or the second one, and I think this is what you're talking about with the remodeling, the tobacco sales oriented use ceases for a period of 60 days or more. So you can change one or none or both of those. So if, for example, you were focused on the rehabilitation and remodeling and so forth, you could change the tobacco sales oriented use ceases to 180 days, 360 days or something, or I could write in an exception for remodeling if that's what you wanted to do. You could change that without having to address your permit lapses for 60 days. You can treat them differently if you wish.
Because it seems like a permit lapse would already have pretty immediate consequences. Like, you couldn't be operating your business for 2 months if your permit lapses.
Right, that would be a violation of state law.
So, I mean, you're going to be, that's probably going to, you're probably going to feel that much quicker. It's not going to catch anybody by surprise.
Shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, that's, So, I don't know if that addresses Mayor Teague's thoughts at all.
I appreciate the clarification. What I would, if we could treat, the cease, if you stop using the tobacco or cease selling tobacco products, give that, special consideration with a different time frame, whether that is, 6 months and can, with an extension or just go 365, because there could be various reasons, someone selling their business. We already talked about we didn't want to have someone lose the ability to sell their business, to someone. So there could be various reasons why that cease could happen. So I guess I would propose we do 365 for the cease of selling tobacco. And remember, these are all grandfathered in. These are not, well, I guess it would be a new person after they come on board. But maybe we treat that one with a little different definition. When it comes down to the lapse, you're exactly right, Councilor Hermsen, and they can't sell because they don't have a license anyway. And so if I'm hearing from Kelly, it's, the next month. I don't know if we've ever had a situation where, someone wasn't aware, but maybe if we went to, maybe the 60 days is okay there as well. I'm used to 90 days in the world that I live in. They give you at least 3 months to figure, to become aware and get things correct. So I don't know. So I won't push that too much. If people are more amenable to have conversations surrounding just the ceasing of the sale, just to extend that time. Will people be amenable to 6 months?
I think I would be amenable maybe up to 6 months, for me personally. I mean, I think that's not out of the realm of possibility. I'd probably be okay with half that amount of time, but if the majority of the council felt 6 months was more fair, I could go along with that for a change use. 3 months, is what you're thinking?
Sure.
3 months?
I don't have a strong feeling on what the difference. I think that the details are great. We're talking about them. I think big picture, like.
Yeah, to make sure I think Mayor Teagues, what I'm taking from Mayor Teagues is making sure that as we do this and we're still being fair to all parties. And I think that's valid.
That's
So.
why I was saying 3 months will be really in the middle, kind of.
Yeah.
And I don't know what's happening with the Casey's on Mormon Track. But again, I think about business owners and getting funding in place if they're selling their business, if they're trying to, kind of remodel their business. Maybe they're going to cease selling. They can have the permit. The permit is cheap. But if they're not selling, I don't know. It still seems to me like a year would be appropriate because they're going to want to sell as soon as their project is done. So I don't know if we need to really limit that so much, and because they're going to try to remodel and they're going to try to do everything to get their business back up and running, but things do happen. And, if they go, 6 months and 1 day, then they can't sell that product anymore. I'm not exactly sure. And that is the intent that we're trying to get after right now.
I think bottom line, I think we're all okay with. I think we're all okay with the 60 or the original 60 days with just license lapsing, but I think most of us are okay with a different length of time for the change in use. But maybe I don't know. Do we let the city attorney draft something out now, realizing that we may still, as we move this closer to an ordinance, we may still have some discussion and decisions made on that number.
Mm-hmm.
Like the general idea is the same, but we might adjust that number. Does that sound? That's what I'm hearing. Does that sound?
Yes.
What everybody else is hearing?
We could do it that way. Just to be clear, a change use happens immediately. That is, the clothing store opens and now I'm not selling tobacco anymore. We're talking about a ceased use or a lapsed use, just so I'm on the same page as the rest of you. And insofar as drafting an ordinance and changing the number later, we can do that. Certainly my preference would be council to decide tonight what you'd like to see, and I'll just write it in. Otherwise, I'm not sure what to write, and I'd hate for members of the public to get caught off guard if I pick one thing and then council ends up deciding to choose something else. Frankly, it might be a substantive change, depending on how far you folks move it. So for those reasons, I would really prefer council come up with a number this evening.
I think we have an example with the, in the downtown, with the alcohol. If someone doesn't use alcohol within that 500-foot rule, within a year, they lose that ability to do that. And so I would just say we have an example. It has worked for various reasons. Does that 1 year? It can really make a big difference. And so I would suggest us going with that 365 days.
I think at this point I'd support 90 days.
Yeah, I'd go with 3 months as well.
No, 3 months then. I see consensus then for 3 months then.
Okay, I'll draft it up that way. And of course, the first stop for this, because it is a zoning ordinance, will actually be planning and zoning and not council. I should have made that clear before. All right, so that moves to last couple questions that I have that were actually included at the end of the permit line of questioning, but I think it still is pertinent. That is, for starters, question number 7 under permit: is council okay with granting the city clerk administrative authority to write a tobacco permit application addendum to secure the permittee information needed to administer the various ordinance amendments council is now considering? Now here, mostly that would be about separation distance, because we're not doing a permit cap, but there could be other things as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, great. And finally, does council wish to time these amendments and resolutions in such a way as to have them all take effect at once and also lift the moratorium kind of at the last item on that council meeting's agenda? That's the staff's recommendation, but you could certainly do something different if you prefer.
Yes.
I think
Yes.
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 Okay. Then I think we're ready to discuss Kratom if there are no further comments on zoning, or I should ask if Ms. Grace has any additional questions on the zoning one.
I do not. Thanks.
Okay.
No.
All right. No other council? Okay. Well then, Kratom. First question is, does council wish to ban outright or regulate in some fashion, or take no action at all? And just to list, I listed some possibilities, possible regulatory subjects: age restrictions, marketing to children, adulteration and contamination, strength, labeling, testing and sampling, registration and permitting. And these are all taken from various other regulatory schemes in other parts of the country or in other state laws, that is, other states. Staff's recommendation is that the city does not have the expertise or capacity to engage in testing for strength, contamination, or frankly anything else. Policing marketing to children would be extremely labor intensive, and as you can probably imagine, is a bit mushy. Registration and permitting would not likely be useful unless we, do have an entire regulatory scheme needing to be enforced. But if we had just, 1 or 2 things that were more bright line, then certainly that could be done. Imposing age restrictions may be more readily enforceable, but would still require police resources to perform compliance checks, as with alcohol and tobacco. I'll just note here that there is typically state funding available to do compliance checks for alcohol and tobacco. I am not aware of any such funding for Kratom checks, so we would need to absorb that ourselves. And so as a result of those factors, the staff recommends that council either ban Kratom outright or leave the status quo in place, that is, leave it legal and defer to state and federal regulatory agencies to take action.
So I since this is something that I've kind of been spearheading, I think that I'll share a few ideas and comments. I think one of the greatest concerns with Kratom in a lot of communities is the fact that there is a lack of regulatory oversight from, regulatory agencies within the federal government. I agree wholeheartedly with the sentiment that we lack the capability to adequately regulate an opioid-like substance that has potentially a lot of negative effects for users, and broadly is marketed and sold in areas which fall under this 500-foot sensitive areas ordinance that we are starting to put in place. So that being the case, a lot of concerns about the substance, a lack of strong medical research about the efficacy of the substance, and an ongoing regulatory environment within the federal government. I think that the best thing that I could advocate at this point is banning of the sale. I want to be clear. As I did with the interview with KCRG, I don't think this council seeks to criminalize the use, to criminalize, possession or anything like that. But at this time, the substance is considered by the FDA as an absolutely adulterated substance. You cannot get by FDA standards the pure substance in a way that could be used as a supplement or something like that. So I find that very concerning, and that's the direction that I would like to pursue.
I reached some fairly similar conclusions too. I've been sort of digging into this a little bit and looking at it. So a couple of different ways that I've been looking at it. One of them is, and I think interestingly, one of the things that few people can agree on is that there needs to be more study done and more information on this substance. That said, the FDA and some other different things are not thinking of it as a benign substance in the meantime. So what that leaves me the question with is, in the meantime, which is more likely to be a harmful thing, a banning or not banning, or leaving it at status quo? So that's one question I have, or one thought I have. The other thought is, what do we hope to accomplish with this? Certainly banning the sale, that might make it, people, it's not like it's going to be hard to get otherwise, right? So whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, we would be, I think, alone locally, to my knowledge, to a ban for this. So then what do we want to get out of it? For me, the benefit that would still be with a ban is that, and this kind of overlaps a little bit with one of our thoughts about the tobacco, is that the advertising, the ability to sell it. And I agree with you, Councilor Dunn. It's important people understand we're talking about the sale of it. And if you can't sell it, then all of those signs, all of those things come down. It doesn't give the tacit approval, especially, and I'm thinking more about young people now, again, as with the tobacco, that's my primary concern. To go in and be able to see, so it's, hey, you can buy it legally, so it must be safe. That's dangerous for something that's not regulated yet. So if the question is between we should wait for the regulation to kick in before we act, or if we should act before the regulation, which could take who knows how long. There's no set end date to that. And then what's the consequence in between? So I find myself also coming down in favor of a ban of the sale, for as much of the reason of limiting some access maybe, but also limiting the sale and the marketing and the promotion of that sale within city limits in these places, all these different tobacco stores and places like that currently have the ability to sell it. And, it's a product which they can make money off of, and so it's for sale. I find value in a ban because it would take that marketing out of every time, my kids or anybody else's kids walk past a tobacco store downtown or anywhere else, or gas station or any other place that sells it. And especially because we do have reason to be concerned and feel that it is not terribly safe. And I don't know if it's, since we're in the discussion, since we do have somebody from the Public Health Department maybe that has some thoughts on that. I don't want to put you on the spot if that's not something you're prepared to speak with, but I would certainly welcome.
Yes,
Correct. I mean, to correct my knowledge or add to my knowledge, or if I've got something wrong.
Becky,
No, she was, and she left.
it's under Susan.
Oh, under Susan? Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't realize that I needed to change that.
No problem, Becky. Welcome.
Thank you. And so, as you mentioned, the lack of regulation is one of the biggest issues with Kratom. I'm sure you've already heard from the pro Kratom people, and I've been at one of my presentations about Kratom. I had a gentleman show up specifically to make sure that I wasn't maligning it. And there are risks with it, but a lot of the risks have to do with using it in an unregulated fashion, and the potential for either not understanding how much of a dose you're getting of the active substances, or having it contaminated with something, which has happened.
I guess I have maybe a question for our attorney, and that would be, do we have any, or what is the wisdom behind having a ban that says we want to ban this stuff until the federal and state government actually acts and provides something that actually provides a regulatory framework? Is that wise to do that, to sort of have once the state or federal government finally says we're going to test this stuff and regulate it, then our restrictions would go away?
Well, it's not, the ordinance that I drafted is not written that way. That might be the end result if there is such a vast regulatory framework that our ordinance is preempted through field preemption, for example. But that's kind of hard to predict. Certainly, if there is a regulatory scheme passed by either the state or the federal government, we could revisit and ask the then present council whether they feel that regulatory scheme is sufficient to achieve the ends they wish to see, or if they would like to continue to keep the ban if we have one.
Yeah, I guess I personally just struggle with, is Iowa City the right regulatory body to regulate this, but in lack of anyone else taking action, like, let's try something. That's kind of where I'm at.
I think that's well said.
One thing that I want to bring up that I just thought of with regard to this whole conversation, I think that one thing that we should strive to do is actually achieve the intended effect of the ordinance, or whatever it ends up being. I'm thinking about Washington, D.C.'s initial laws surrounding marijuana legalization. They had it such that you could not sell marijuana, but you could sell someone a $30 cookie and then give them a little gift on the side. So just so that's a real thing. I see you laughing there, Councilor Harmson, or face palming. Yeah, it is. That was a real thing. And just so that city attorney's office is aware and everyone else in the room is aware, the intent would be also to prevent something like that as well.
The way I wrote the draft ordinance before you, it included a definition of to distribute, which is defined in this way: to furnish, give away, exchange, transfer, deliver, or supply, whether or not for monetary gain or other considerations, such that even if it was a freebie added on to some other presumably overpriced item, that would still violate this ordinance as drafted at present.
Awesome. Thank you.
How does this impact internet sales? If someone were to, people want to purchase something from out of state, does our ordinance does nothing to affect that, right?
How could we?
Well, I think it could. I mean, if it's distributed out of Iowa City and mailed elsewhere, I haven't given a lot of thought to that, but I think probably that would be a violation. And I don't think it would violate the Dormant Commerce Clause or anything, because we'd be treating intrastate sales the same as interstate sales, that is banning them both.
Do we have the numbers?
Not really.
I mean, I'm in favor of ban.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm in favor in ban too. 3.
I am as well.
I'm in favor.
Okay.
I think it's,
I think we have enough people for banning.
4.
To get it onto a formal agenda.
Yes.
Okay, I'll finalize this version that's been presented in your packet and bring it back to you. I can't recall if we got an answer about kind of the timing of all this, and I'm sorry if I already missed it. Everyone's in line with kind of having it all come into effect at once?
Mm-hmm. I think that's a good idea.
That's be a
It's
good
for simplicity.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Excellent. I'll do that and a resolution lifting the moratorium at the same time. Thank you. I think that's all the questions I had. I'll certainly defer to Ms. Grace if she has any additional questions on this topic.
I do not.
Okay, Council.
Thank you.
Anything else on this one or clear?
that was a lot.
All right. Yes, and that's why we're going to our last item because that was a lot. So, okay. Any another council update? I know that you did already earlier, but if somebody want to say anything?
Real quickly, on the City of Literature, we are busy evaluating Enger Prize winners, and so hopefully that process moves along, and that's a pretty prestigious award. And I know that Councilor Alter did that the last 2 years, and so is familiar with that. And anyway, so it's exciting to be looking at those kinds of things.
Okay.
Super briefly, I was able to attend the Mayor's Innovation Project, not this past weekend, the weekend before. And it gathers mayors from all different size cities nationally, and different cities there and are on panels to discuss particular topics. And I think the thing that was the coolest was to hear people talking about things that were working and to say, we're investigating that or we're already doing it. So just in terms of how our city stacks up, I know that it can be a deluge of feeling like, oh my God, what's going on? And how are we doing? We're doing really well. We are doing some really innovative, interesting things that other cities, maybe they're ahead of us a little bit. It's showing that the work that we're going towards is paying dividends, and in other ways we're leading. So I just wanted to say thank you to the staff who has really been innovative when you've had the space to do it. And a lot of times, actually, you haven't had the space, and we make you do it anyway. And it's remarkable. It is a real shot in the arm because you hear from different communities, and you can really talk in a safe space, as they say, but the ideas that are coming out, we are doing so many of them, so just kudos.
Thank you.
Great. Any another council want to give us a update? Online?
None for me, thanks.
All right, then we adjourn. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Maz, for
Nice
running
job.
Thank
for
you.
running the meeting.
Yeah, I
Thank
made it.
you.
Thanks. Good night.
Enjoy the speech,
Thank
Mayor.
you.
Yeah, I'm leaving now.
Yeah.
Well, I'm already, I gotta go.